2 minutes unless they are representing an organization or a group, and they have 5 minutes. Pursuant to the provision of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that a final hearing before this commission is appealable to the Chancery Court of Davidson County or the Circuit Court of Davidson County via a statutory writ of certiorari. You're advised to seek your own independent legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements are met. You should also seek independent legal advice regarding the applicability of the writ of certiorari to the specific decision of the Historic Zoning Commission. First, as far as the agenda, we're going to actually move the elect chair and vice chair to the end of the agenda. I'd also like to recognize council members Jason Holloman and Berkeley Allen. Are there any others that you may have missed? Okay, thank you very much. First, approval of minutes.
Move to approve.
I think Hunter.
Yeah. Oh, Hunter. Oh, sorry.
Item under new business, item 1320 Roselle Parks Boulevard. The motion just appears to be incorrect in that it says I moved to approve the minutes without changes. So if we could just have staff verify the motion and the second and get that corrected. I'll move that we amend the minutes.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a motion, a second, and an amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. First on the agenda is designation recommendations adoption of design guidelines, and is the designation of expansion of Hillsborough West End neighborhood conservation zoning overlay.
The expansion area is included in the National Register of Historic Places, listed by the National Park Service in 1993. Based on the Historic Resource Survey completed in 2013, the expansion area retains a high concentration of historic integrity. Staff suggests that the Commission recommend to City Council that the Hillsborough West End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay be expanded. The district meets Standard 5 of Section 173610B of the zoning ordinance because it's listed in the National Register. Staff recommends adoption of the current design guidelines to future changes in this expanded area. And if agreed, please provide 2 separate motions, one for your recommendation to council and one for your adoption of the design guidelines for the expanded area.
Any questions to Robin? Okay. I think first the council person comes up and like to state. Just for the record, just state your name.
Thank you. I'm Berkeley Allen, council member for the 18th District, and if I may ask for a privilege, I didn't realize that y'all had passed by the opportunity for the council member to speak on other topics, so I had 2 other issues that I wanted to speak on. Could I do that at some point?
You sure can. What do you want to?
Would it be more confusing or less confusing if I end with this one?
If you don't mind, why don't we do this one, and then if you can stick around, we'll do it right after.
That will work. So
okay?
let me just speak to this one now that we're here. I would like to speak in support of this expansion of the Hillsborough West End Neighborhood Historic Overlay. The area that we're looking at is just a small section of Blair Boulevard that was actually included in our recent overlay expansion, but due to an error on, I'm not sure whose part, we all looked at the document and somehow did not notice that Blair was not included in the caption, although it was included on the map, so that we were not able to keep it included. And so now we would like to add it back in. We have met with the neighbors on this specific street separately, and there is support for getting them back into the overlay that they wanted to be a part of anyway. They've had an extra round of public meetings and have had one more opportunity to ask questions. And in general, they have all given me their support for this. So I would ask for your support of this expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to councilperson?
Robin, since we may be hearing another one of these today, can you explain again what we are voting on?
Yes, there's 2 different things. For all of these overlays, you'll be voting on a recommendation to the Metro Council as to whether or not it meets the standards of the ordinance, whether it meets those criteria, and you'll also be adopting the design guidelines.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open up public hearing. First, we'd like to get everyone, get whomever is opposed to this expansion to come first. Please keep to 2 minutes, and Sean here was the timekeeper, and we'll start off with the people who are opposed. Please come forward and state your name and address. Seeing none, if any would like to speak for it, also come forward and state your name and address. Okay, seeing none, I close public hearing. Discussion.
I move approval based on staff recommendation.
And do you want to clarify, do you want to have, I guess first we'll say recommendation to a council? Approval
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Okay, if I may be recognized, this may be helpful to you. You do have a rule on point. It says during its discussion, the hearing, at the public hearing, the commission shall determine the appropriateness of the designation based on the review criteria set forth in 6B of this document, and that talks about kind of your procedure and whatnot, and shall adopt design guidelines for the district or landmark proposed in favor or against the designation. And then the commission, then the second part is the commission shall forward its recommendation in favor or against. So you have two parts. One, deciding if you want to adopt them, and so there needs to be a movement to adopt them by someone. And then second, a motion regarding the recommendation to approve or disapprove to council.
So you're saying that we need to discuss or approve the guidelines first? And then make our recommendation?
Exactly.
okay, just the order. Okay. So you want to just restate it to, that you recommend to, we're not putting words
And
into your mouth.
I'd say not only that the guidelines we're discussing, we're here to determine not necessarily whether everybody's for it or against it. Well, we'll certainly take that into consideration. We're here to determine whether it's applicable based on the 5 items. So I would think a motion would include some recommendation of which one of those it might meet.
And I also have to offer that, when we approve these overlays and guidelines, we're treading on thin ice in some areas where people may or may not own property and have plans to move forward with said property. And with all that we're being asked to approve here, I think that it's in our best interest to sort of table this discussion and get more information and bring it back. I'm all for expanding an overlay, but I don't think we know exactly what we're affecting just by approving it
Commissioner,
today.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you actually don't have that ability. Only the council member has that option. You are simply recommending to council whether or not it meets the standards of the ordinance.
Yeah, and we'd already approved most of it, so it's just expanding it as per the council, just a couple of, I don't know, it's not a huge expansion, some things that were just left out on the first one. So it's, okay. So that being cleared up a little, do we have a motion or or more discussion?
Could I ask for one clarification? Was that motion to approve the recommendation, or was that motion for the design guidelines?
Design guidelines
Okay.
for our right of order.
I move to approve the current design guidelines.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If any more, are you having discussion?
Well, no, I was going to go back to
Yeah.
what Ben had
Yeah.
said, whether we need to identify that we are approving the guidelines based on the...
I think I'll clarify my comment when we make a recommendation to the council was if we would
okay.
stipulate
Oh, okay.
which one of those it would be. I don't think that necessarily applies to the guidelines.
Okay, so a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now discuss on recommendation to council. Or a motion.
I move that we recommend the expansion of the overlay to the council based on the fact that the area proposed to be added is part of the National Register of Historic Places. in compliance with 1736-120B.
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Both motions carry. Okay, the next one is designation of expansion of Lockland Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay.
Actually, sorry, I so forgot. The council member, Allen, would like to make some other comments on other items on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize again for missing my cue earlier.
Oh, no, you're good.
Usually
I
you say, do
didn't-
you want to speak? So
No, I should have said, so you're good. It's not your
you
fault.
got me trained. I would like to speak on two other items. Perhaps this is 2.5. First is item number N1507 Sweetbriar. That's a request to put in a duplex, which would be two separate structures, one behind the other, that I think is being done because of the constraints of the lot. But in general, the neighbor and the neighborhood association opposes this because that is not a historic orientation. Robin held a charrette to sort of talk our way through how we wanted to deal with duplexes in historic areas, and we certainly did not come to a consensus that that was something that we were at peace with yet. I would also mention that the planning department discourages flag lots, which is in essence what you create when you allow a second structure behind the first one, where the first one does not have direct access to the street. So I think in general it's simply not good planning to do that. And finally, that the detached accessory dwelling unit, which is an option that's available in most of the historic areas, does offer a way for an owner to get a second structure on a lot in a historically compatible way, so that there are other options, or also going with the side-by-side orientation, which is a more historic one. So I appreciate the effort that the architect has done to try to become more compatible, but I do believe that we're still dealing with an orientation that's not historical, and I would ask you to give that your strong consideration. And I believe that on item T, y'all are going to be talking about the whole duplex policy, so I would just add those statements to my opinion about the duplex policy should not feature one behind the other. And then finally, item P, which is 2819 Hillside. I think I hit mute. There we go. This is a repeat. This is an owner who is in the recent historic overlay expansion in Hillsborough West End. This owner came before you with the project that he had already done some major amendments to try to come within some guidelines. I applaud him for going back to the drawing board and being back here again today, and would simply remind you that it's a somewhat unusual circumstance in that he thought he had his building permit before the overlay was applied and had been moving down the line toward a fairly modern design, and has modified that in many ways to try to come in compliance with the guidelines. I think he's moving even closer, and I appreciate the good discussion that y'all had the last time he was up here, trying to apply the guidelines where you are required to, but also giving some leniency where you could, simply because of where his starting point is. So I would hope that discussion continues in that same spirit. Thank you for letting me do this. Thank you for all y'all do.
No problem. Along with that, Councilman Holloman, is there anything besides the overlay you'd like to? Okay, thank you. Okay. Back to where we were. Designation of expansion of Lockland Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation Overlay.
Lockland Springs East End is requesting an expansion. The area proposed to be included, with the exception of Boscobel Street, includes buildings constructed at the turn of the century and helps to tell the story of the Lockland Springs East End neighborhood. The majority of the homes were constructed between the 1890s and the 1930s, as were many of the historic homes in the current boundaries. The extension of the overlay continues the architectural diversity of the rest of the neighborhood, with primarily bungalow and Queen Anne styles. The inclusion of these areas helps to match the neighborhood boundaries with the overlay boundaries. The properties now proposed to be added were not included at the initial designation due to lack of support. The properties meet Standard 3 of Section 1726-120A of the Design Guidelines, as embodying the distinctive characteristics of their individual types and the overall period of the neighborhood. And for the record, I'd like to note that you have received some letters of support that have been sent to you via email. Some additional ones that have been received since then are hard copy in front of you. Finding that the majority of the buildings meet the standards of the ordinance, staff suggests the Commission recommend to City Council that the Lockland Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation Overlay be expanded. We do have one change to recommend to the existing design guidelines. The 1,400 to 1,600 blocks of Boscobel Street have characteristics that are unique to the district. It has very few historic structures. It lies in a depression where the grade drops more than 20 feet across the length of some of the parcels. One of the block faces lacks an improved alley for vehicular access. There have been significant new construction on these blocks since 2010, most of which is in a contemporary style and is 2 stories, some with flat roofs. So despite the lack of historic context, these blocks are important to include in the overlay as new construction here affects the rest of the district due to its geographic location within the interior of the neighborhood. Because of the scarcity of historic structures and all the other noted features I just discussed, we recommend that the design guidelines for new construction include italicized information to allow infill on the 14 through the 1600 blocks to meet additional criteria that may not be appropriate in other areas where there is a high concentration of historic buildings. And those are that the height of new buildings can be up to 2 stories, the width of new buildings may be up to 40 feet, the roofs of new buildings may be flat or have minimal slopes, attached garages may be appropriate where there's not an improved alley or where there's a significant grade change of more than 15 feet across the parcel, and front-loaded garages may be appropriate if there's no improved alley access to the parcel, but they should have a recessed entry. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the current design guidelines to apply to the extended area with this additional italicized information added for the 14 through the 1600 blocks of Boscobel. And the council member is not here today, but he did send you some comments which you've received. I think those are in hard copy.
Okay. Any questions to Robin?
Robin, the guidelines that you suggested on these new block or whatever, are those from other guidelines you used, or are they just kind of thrown together for this one particular use? Or
It's for this one particular area based on the grade. We've certainly looked at areas where there's little concentration. Lillian comes off the top of my head. There's a few blocks there where things have been done a little differently that may not be done where there's a large historic context, because there are no historic buildings there to create a context for us to follow. So this just helps provide some more guidance for applicants when they come through.
And would these structures that we're seeing now fall under those guidelines?
Some of them would, for the most part. So it is, just realizing that that is the context, even if it's not historic.
Okay. Any questions, Hunter?
Just to follow up to that, just to clarify, Richard, these sort of special guidelines, italicized guidelines, only apply or only affect those properties on Boscobel Street?
That's right.
In the 1400 and 1600 blocks. Is that the entire length within this expansion area of Boscobel?
It's the 14, 15, and 1600 blocks. So it's 14 through 16, just to make sure
So
that's
really
clear.
to 17th?
Mm-hmm. To the end of, right, to 17th Street.
Okay, so it's most of the
Right.
length of Boscobel through this expansion
Yeah.
area. Thank you.
Okay. Open public hearing.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Was the council person agreeable to those new guidelines?
Yes, he was.
Okay, open public hearing. As was stated before, I'd like to start off with people who are against this expansion. Please come forward, state your name and address, and please be 2 minutes or less. Sean is our timekeeper. Okay, seeing none, anyone that'd like to come speak for this expansion, also come forward. Yep, there you go. Come forward. Your baby has to do all the talking now.
I'm in favor because of him, right? We want to preserve it for the next generation. I am Amy Gill, and I live in the 1500 block of Boscobel, which is not represented here in the pictures. I am a resident, and I'm also a builder and developer. I have 2 houses that I've built on the 1500 block of Boscobel, and I am in favor of this expansion. I recognize the high percentage of non-contributing structures, especially on Boscobel streets, but also on Lillian and a little bit on Shelby. But for myself and like many of the neighbors that I spoke to in my process of canvassing the neighborhood to assess the support, I found that people had moved to our little East End area of Laughlin Springs because they could afford it, but because they love Laughlin Springs. They felt that they were spiritually a part of Laughlin Springs, even if the structures did not all contribute. And I'd like to see that all the development that continues in that area brings our little bit of East End further into the spiritual harmony of Laughlin Springs aesthetically, and just from a neighborhood standpoint. There's a lot of building. There's a lot of structures being torn down right now. Most of them are not contributing. In many ways, I see this expansion as being more about what's being built than what's being preserved. But that's still important. What is built, if it's built outside of the guidelines, outside of the aesthetic guidelines of the rest of the neighborhood, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And it's cool for a little while. It's cool for maybe 5 years. And then it's not cool anymore. And then the property values start to go down because you've got this ugly thing next to you in your historic home and you don't want it. And then it gets torn down eventually. And we continue this cycle that we've seen in East Nashville of property values coming up, and we're on an upswing right now, and then they sort of plateau, and then they come back down and we tear it down. And so I'd like to see that this part of East End be given some protection to help it level out. The other thing I'd like to say is I know that there are a lot of developers that are working in this area.
Finish your thought.
I'm sorry, I think I have 5 if I'm representing.
Are you the neighborhood rep?
I'm the
Okay.
neighborhood representative.
I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
So you're with the neighborhood association?
Yes, I'm with the Neighborhood Association. Other builders, yes. I'm a builder. It is not that difficult to present a structure that fits within the guidelines. And we do it all the time. We do both speculative building and custom building. It is not difficult. We work in lots of areas in East Nashville. So I don't see that as a real obstacle. It's something that should be given a great deal of consideration. Furthermore, I think the interest of the neighbors takes precedent over someone coming in from the outside to temporarily raise the property values. I would like to see the guidelines in place even for the developers. It doesn't ask that much. They will still be able to sell what they want to sell. They will still be able to build what they want to build. They may have to change the roof line a little bit, but ultimately that will help them in their endeavors, because that's what the neighborhood is looking for. That's what the buyer's looking for. And so I don't think it's too much to ask. I don't think it's a legitimate argument that it's going to impede their fiscal abilities in the neighborhood. So the neighborhood is very much in favor. I went door to door. We have 42% of the owner residents who have submitted paperwork in some form or another in support. I spoke to a lot of other people that said they were in favor but weren't quite ready to sign, and then I wasn't able to go back and talk to them. But I did not, in canvassing the entire neighborhood, I did not find anyone who was opposed. I found one person who was neutral. So this is very much the desire of the neighborhood, and I hope that the Historic Commission will vote in favor of expanding the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for this project, for this expansion?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brett Withers. I live at 1113 Granada Avenue, and I'm the president of the neighborhood to the north, which is Eastwood Neighbors. And we have been in close contact with our cousins on the south side of Eastland, which is Laughlin Springs. Our two neighborhoods communicate quite a bit. And I would just like to echo the comments of the neighborhood rep that Laughlin Springs has been talking about this for quite some time. The northern expansion that y'all approved a couple of months ago for the McEwen area kind of coming up towards Eastland was able to proceed because they had enough volunteer support at that particular time to get their surveying done in a shorter time frame. This lower area is being brought to you secondarily because it took a little bit longer to get that volunteerism done, to knock on doors. As you can see, the person heading that up had family issues, and it took a little while to get a good consensus of what the neighbors felt like in that area. But I would like, again, to reiterate that conversations about the south area have been going on just as long as they were for the northern expansion. So that's been taking place for quite some time. Also want to reiterate that Councilman Westerholm has met with the neighborhood group to discuss the unique design guidelines for Boscobel. Many of our neighborhoods do have opposition generally to front-loading garages, but I think that the consensus is that with an absence of an improved alley where the neighbors could drive a car to a garage in the back, and also having that steep grade, a lot of neighbors felt like that is a good trade-off on those particular blocks, rather than having cars parked along the street because it is such a narrow and congested street. So I think there is a lot of consensus that those are really unique situations there, that this will not lead to a precedent of allowing front-loaded garages in the rest of our districts. And I would like to reiterate my support for my neighbors to the south, Lockland Springs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any others? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Discussion or motion?
I have a question for Robin. Percentage of non-contributing versus contributing in those 3 blocks?
I don't have the exact number with me, but even including Boscobel, which has so little, it's well over 50%.
Of contributing?
Contributing, yes. In this piece that's looking at expansion.
In the expansion.
Yeah.
So in that, how's the infill happened? Or because you're seeing here in this picture where there's contributing structures, and then these are new infills on the one side. So the balance of that, I think, do you understand where I'm going with that, is how much infill has already been done?
On those, not the whole area, but just on those 3 blocks of Boscobel, quite a bit. And most of those on the picture on the left are considered non-contributing. And so a lot has taken place on those 3 blocks, but this expansion includes a good deal more than that.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
it did. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion?
Quickly on the guidelines, or the kind of special guidelines in the 14 to 1600, on front-loaded garages, in this image, or these 2 images that are on the screen, are those on Boscobel in this special guideline area?
They are.
And certainly I can see in the image, the bottom right, that solutions are limited to parking a car off-street in a garage. On the left side, the grade is much less a challenge, and front-loaded garages, is there a distinction to be made in the guidelines? Or certainly, as commissioners, there may be a distinction that we might make in reviewing a particular application, but as folks look at this and they can get the majority of their information from the guidelines and not have to spend effort and or time to put together plans, that is there a distinction between grade and alley? I don't see one in the guidelines, and certainly does the staff see one in terms of, would they see one in terms of reviewing a project with the site specifics of these 2 images in comparison?
And we can certainly add some clarification to that sentence, because I think you're right. The idea was that the front-loading garage would only be allowed when there's no alley, but also when the grade just doesn't allow for any other options, when it is so steep that you can't get a garage in the back, that you can't get a driveway to go all the way. So, yeah, we can definitely add some clarification so that those 2 scenarios are in there as opposed to just the one scenario of no alley access. Is that?
Well, in those guidelines, you have said that where there's a significant grade change. I guess, maybe we can say
Make that
what type of
clearer.
grade change
Yeah.
that might be.
Yes.
Okay. Whether it be uphill, downhill. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Any more discussion?
I have a follow-up question to that. So, Robin, given these additional guidelines for those 3 blocks of Boscobel, what kind of guidance would you give the commission in terms of the image that we see on the right, and whether that would meet those guidelines or not?
Well, first, we would make sure that the front door is close to the front of the house, rather than having a side entrance, that the garage door be recessed. There's a house just outside of Hillsborough West End that really did a great job with a front-loading garage. So it's the door's not only recessed, but the whole thing's somewhat recessed under a porch. And so we would probably give that example to people as a good way to accomplish that. But we would just do everything we could to make sure that that garage door is not as prominent as it is in some of these images.
Okay. And these guidelines, along with the current guidelines, you feel accomplishes that?
Yes, and again, they're not really guidelines in the sense that we're not changing what the guidelines require now. These are things you would probably come to anyway based on the realities of the site, the grade and the lack of alley access. But it's just to provide some further direction for people building new homes.
So what is I think I know, but what does the current guidelines say for height, for example?
It's not based on a number, it's based on the context.
Right.
And since we don't have a context here, we'll base that on that, reasonable two-story, grade issues, lot depth, lot width, all the things that we typically do.
But limited to a maximum of 2 stories?
Of 2 stories. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
So I do have a motion for the guidelines with the additional points as well as the added clarifications to the language.
I move approval of the existing guidelines for the district and then that apply to the expansion, that those apply to the expansion, and then additionally they adopt the additional italicized guidance for the 1,400 to 1,600 blocks of Boscobel with the notation that these guidelines are added in the absence of significant front-loaded garages and some of those things, challenges of this area and the lack of historic context, that would be the reason these items are added, and would further request that the italicized text give some clarity that, or perhaps even just by saying that the garage door shall, or shouldn't be the prominent feature of the front or the street-facing facade. The most prominent feature of the street-facing facade is, I guess, you can't provide this visual here of the picture to go along with the guidelines, but that some additional help be provided.
That's good. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Designation of expansion of Lockland Springs East End. The next one, that's right. We also got to do, I was jumping right into it. Also now approval for council.
I have a question along Sam's earlier comment was when we adopt new areas or expansion areas, what is generally the effective date of that zoning change relative to the council action?
Just to be clear, you don't actually adopt it.
Right.
You simply make a recommendation to council as to whether or not it meets the standards, whether it meets the qualifications. It becomes pending legislation, and I'll let legal explain that. After the public hearing with council, the first hearing with council and public hearing with planning, and then it becomes effective after the final decision. And I'll let Susan explain pending.
She's pretty much got it. I mean, once it's filed and it's gotten a recommendation and it's gone back to council, at that point, when it's on the council agenda for after having gone through a public hearing at planning, or if one is not required at planning here, then at that point it is pending. And at that point, we have advised departments not to issue permits that are repugnant to the pending legislation, even though the legislation itself has not passed.
And does the council have the ability to establish an effective date other than that?
Yes. You can write it into the legislation such that it is effective and would be enforced as of a date certain. That's kind of akin to what is done in a lot of legislation at the state level, where there's an effective date included in the legislation itself. We don't see that as often, but there is one that I think is pending right now that has an effective date. I don't know if there's an ordinance for this one. Okay. There is one that is actually, I think, pending at council right now that is utilizing that mechanism to make it clear as to when it would be effective and enforced, and that is a way it can be done.
Mm-hmm. And so currently, assuming that's not done, public hearing is posted 2 weeks before this meeting, is that correct?
I'm sorry, you said when is the notice posted?
Right.
It's, the agenda goes out 2 weeks prior, but everyone receives notice in the mail between 30 days and 45 days, something like that, but
Okay.
at least 30 days in advance.
So someone has a piece of property they're planning on building or adding on. They're not in a historic district. They get a notice. Is it not until the public hearing that it's considered pending, or is it once the notices have gone out?
It'll be when after the public hearing and after
Okay.
there's a recommendation back to council.
So 30 to 45 days later, the codes department's instructed to not issue any building permits.
At least not issue anything that would be inconsistent with that legislation.
Okay.
So you can issue some that are consistent, but not those that are not consistent.
Okay.
Let's, is there any point about guidelines? I want to make sure if there's any discussion for the recommendation to council or?
Absolutely, because we could recommend to council a date to apply the expansion if we so wish. And so I think what we've seen in recent, it's just a recommendation, right? So.
I don't know if we can do that.
Is there a?
What makes you think we have the power to do that?
It's just a recommendation. I think we can.
But I don't think they're looking for a timetable from us. They're looking for whether or not it meets one of these 5 qualifications. I don't think there's anything that says you can also identify a timeline, is there?
I don't know. That would be a question for our legal counsel.
In other words, if somebody has already, there's obviously a lot of new construction or infield construction here, and maybe to the lot to the right of the bottom right-hand house, that person has already started build or have plans in place.
Purchased property, had architect's
and what you're
fees.
saying, if you're asking if we can state that our recommendation would only be effective beginning at a certain date. In other words, to protect that person.
Well, no, what I'm asking is, can we recommend to council that there be a 2-month or 3-month or however long grace period before or not grace period, but period before the legislation becomes active? In other words, someone who's perhaps purchased a piece of property, had their project planned, designed, paid architects. We've had some cases like this recently, and then suddenly all they have is essentially a 30-day notice before, before it's actually enacted, before the codes department's been directed to act only under the pending legislation.
I understand what you're saying, but also that also opens up another can of worms. In other words, that people think, okay, I've got this amount of time to do exactly what I want to do and not apply. So I don't know whether we want to create that. But I understand what you're trying to accomplish.
I appreciate the concern, but in the end, I think the council person's the best person to judge in terms of fairness, what's appropriate. They're typically the one.
They would still have that ability.
Yeah, they're the ones who held the public meetings, and I realized that there's a situation where somebody could only get that one letter for 30 to 45 days of notice, but unless you're completely absent or have your head in the sand, there's all kinds of public meetings, there's signs out, there's listserv notices. I think staff and the council people and neighborhood groups do a fantastic job of letting people know, and I think it's up to a property owner to keep track of that stuff. And there is, even if you somehow were completely tuned out, there still is a formal notice by mail that gives you at least 1 month to
I agree.
So could I get an answer to my question?
Would it be legal to do that?
Does this commission have the ability to make a recommendation to council as to an effective date of the ordinance?
I would opine yes. That could be something you could recommend. It would be at the board's discretion as to whether you want to recommend it or not. The language that gives you the authority to make a recommendation is very general and is very broad. And so I don't think it just says that you're going to be asked to make a written recommendation to council. The only requirement is that it be written, from what I'm seeing. So certainly that would be akin to essentially having an approval with conditions, I would think, and that being one of the conditions that it's effective X date. You may or may not want to do that, but I don't see it as I don't see a legal barrier to that.
That's it? Okay. Any more discussion about recommendation of this expansion to council? If not, can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend to council the expansion of the Lachlan Springs Easton Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay with the condition of the ordinance becoming active 30 days after third reading of council.
Okay. 3 readings.
Okay.
So when would the normal effective date be? After the third, as soon as it got signed, as soon as it got voted?
Right, absent any other language in the legislation itself. I do have one question, just for clarity. I heard you say the effective date of the ordinance. Did you mean the effective date of the ordinance or the effective date of the overlay? Because this body has control over the recommendations of the overlay itself. There's not an ordinance before you, so it's just a...
Okay, sure. Of the overlay, but I think...
As a practical matter, it may not make a difference, but...
The intent of the condition is such to eliminate the pending legislation action for the codes department. In other words, that permits could be issued not under the overlay up until that effective date of 30 days after the third reading.
The only problem with that is you almost have to have a date certain, effective August, whenever, in order for that to actually work, because you don't know when it's going to pass. So in effect, I need to think about that really a little bit.
That's why I thought 30 days would leave it flexible, not knowing.
Why wouldn't 30 days after the third reading just be, that would be the effective date?
I guess it would be, but it depends, I guess, what the goal of the commission is. It would be an effective way to deal with it. If the desire is to give clarity, though, as to what date it would be, you would have to almost have a date certain in there. So there would still be people out there who wouldn't know exactly when it's going to take effect, because you don't know exactly when the council is going to pass the ordinance. So there would be some.
Well, yeah, if I can clarify my intent. My intent is essentially to give more than the 30 to 45 days of notice before the overlay is effective. And with the way we deal with pending legislation on the day of the public hearing means that essentially property owners are only given 30 to 45 days or so notice of the potential overlay. Whereas, so to get their plans submitted, they've got 30 to 45 days before essentially before they are subject to the overlay, assuming it gets approved. And it delays their project too until legislation goes through or doesn't. So that's my intent, and I don't know if you think a 30-day beyond the third reading, that essentially adds approximately 3 months or so to.
They have more than 30 days now, because that 30-day notice is before each public hearing. So there's one with us, there's one with planning, there's one with council, and those are all different dates. So it can be maybe as much as 60 days or more. And then if it's, and I have a question for legal, if it's pending now and we can't issue permits now, but we can in this 30-day window after a decision and before it's effective?
Is there an ordinance already filed at this point?
Yes, the council person has filed.
And when does it go to planning?
June 26th.
I'm not sure procedurally it can work because we already have pending legislation
That's a good
existing.
point.
So a recommendation from us, I don't think can override pending legislation, and ultimately it's up to the council person anyway, so I don't know why we're fiddling with it. They're the one, they can either take the recommendation or not, but in the end, this is really just a formality. If the council person wants to do it, they can do it, and there's councilmanic courtesy, and they can railroad it, or they can get community input, and if they haven't done their job right, they won't get reelected. I don't think it's for us to decide.
That's a good point. Both of you actually have brought up good points. If there's an ordinance already precipitating this action of the board today, then technically after the planning commission hearing on that ordinance, it will be at that point pending, although it's not pending as of today. The council person has control of their ordinance and whether or not they want to amend it or not amend it. Certainly, they can take into consideration any recommendation that this board has, including a recommendation, I believe, including a recommendation to establish a date certain or to set out the time period within which it would become effective. That being said, until that ordinance actually has that language in it, then it's still going to be pending legislation as of the date that it goes to the planning commission. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay.
But wouldn't an effective date allow the codes department to issue a permit to someone who has filed, even when it's pending?
Yes, because at that point, it is no longer repugnant to the legislation itself.
Right.
Okay, well, we
Repugnant once he puts the date in.
we do have a motion. I don't know if we ever, do we get a second on that? Or do you want to keep the motion as is?
I'm still confused. If we recommend that it's approved with an effective date post third reading, whether it's 30 days or whatever, does pending legislation, is it still in effect, or have we somehow overridden that?
You haven't. It is still pending at this point. I mean, it will still be pending. Let me back up. It's not pending right now. It hasn't gone to planning commission, correct?
Correct.
So it's not pending right now. You can put in any recommendations you want to. It's still not pending. After the planning commission recommendation, it goes back on the council agenda. At that point, it will be pending. At that point, if there's an amendment that also passes with it, issuing a date certain per your recommendation, then it's no longer repugnant it would be no longer repugnant to issue a building permit within a time period prior to which it becomes effective.
But the council person would still need to amend their ordinance
Absolutely.
to create that situation.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it doesn't have any effect unless the council person wants it to.
Correct.
And just one quick discussion too. I just still want us to be just curious, make sure do we really want to set this thing where we're getting into the council business? I think we just stay with what meets the guidelines, and we let the council kind of enforce that. But that's my piece for discussion. But I think you're about to say something else, Hunter?
Well, I was just going to point out that, nothing we do really affects the council. So, we can, I believe, make a recommendation if we wish.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. The motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None. Okay, so motion does not carry. Can I have another motion?
Motion to make a recommendation to council that we approve the expansion of the overlay based on Article 3, Section 1736, 120A3,
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, the next is designation expansion of Broadway Historic Preservation Zoning overlay.
The area proposed to be included in the Broadway overlay is completely surrounded on all four sides with the existing historic preservation zoning overlay. So extending this overlay to this portion is key to protecting the district as a whole. The area includes historic and non-historic buildings and parking areas. The properties meet Standard 3 of Section 1726-120A of the Design Guidelines as embodying the distinctive characteristics of their individual types and the overall period of the neighborhood. The expansion completes the National Register nomination, which includes the entire southern side of the 200 block of 2nd Avenue, thereby meeting Standard 5 as eligible for listing in the National Register. Finding proposed extension meets the standards of the ordinance, staff suggests the Commission recommend to City Council that the Broadway Historic Preservation Zoning overlay be expanded, and the second recommendation is that the Commission adopt the current design guidelines to apply to the new area. And I don't believe the council member is here.
Okay.
Why wasn't this included in the existing one?
It was initially kept out for an SP project.
Okay.
You may remember the Westin Hotel.
Okay.
And part of the SP was that they still did need to follow the guidelines for those historic properties that were in that block. So now that the current owners, because that SP is no longer going to happen, they want to rezone. And in order to rezone, they need to get rid of the SP. And to get rid of the SP, they need to apply for the overlay.
So the current owners are in favor of this?
Yes, they are the ones who brought it forward.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Any more questions to Robin? Okay. Open public hearing, since councilperson's not here. Is there any association? Okay. If not, anyone speaking for the project, would you please come forward, state your name and address? Okay, seeing none. If anyone who speaks against it would like to come forward, just the opposite, but okay. Seeing none, a closed public hearing. Discussion?
Move to approve the current design guidelines as applicable to the expansion of Broadway Historic Preservation Zoning overlay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, designation of expansion of Park in Elkins, Sylvan Park.
We got to do one
Oh,
more.
that's right. How many times am I going to forget that every single time? I'm sorry.
I'll move approval of the expansion of the district based on Article 3, 1736-120.A, number 5.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Now, designation of expansion of Park in Elkins, Sylvan Park, neighborhood conservation zoning overlay.
The proposal is for expansion of the existing overlay neighborhood called Park in Elkins and renaming of the overlay and the design guidelines to Sylvan Park. The inclusion of these areas helps to match the neighborhood boundaries with the overlay boundaries. The area comprises of buildings constructed at the turn of the century and helps tell the story of Sylvan Park. The majority of the homes were constructed between the 1890s and the 1940s, as were many of the historic homes in the current boundaries. The extension of the overlay continues the architectural diversity of the rest of the neighborhood with bungalows, Queen Anne's, and Tudor Revival styles. The properties meet Standard 3 of Section 1726-120A of the Design Guidelines as embodying the distinctive characteristics of their individual types and the overall period of the neighborhood. For the record, you received letters of support and opposition that were sent to you via email, and those that were received this morning you have in hard copy in front of you. About 58% of those responses were in favor of it and 42% in opposition. Finding that the district meets the standards of the ordinance, staff suggests that the Commission recommend to City Council that the Park in Elkins Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay be expanded and renamed to Sylvan Park Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. In order to address the concerns of opposition, we propose revising the current design guidelines that exist for Park in Elkins to state that any building constructed after 1945 be considered non-contributing. That is not nationally accepted best practices, as it really doesn't allow the design guidelines to age with the neighborhood. However, it is a compromise that the council member has offered to the neighborhood. The research portion of the Architectural Resource Survey is about 90% complete, and so following what we have right now, that construction date would yield about 62% of the buildings as contributing. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the current design guidelines for Park in Elkins with the additional sentence that reads, principal buildings constructed after 1945 are considered non-contributing. to also apply to the expanded area and rename the design guidelines to Sylvan Park Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay Design Guidelines. And the council member is here.
Thanks, Robin. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question for staff real quick. Determinant for date of construction.
Pardon?
Determinant for date of construction. Who determines the time?
You do.
Yes, we do that through research.
And could I, again, just to clarify what our charge here. Number 3 says it contains structures or groups of structures that embody the distinctive characteristics of a type or period.
Yes.
That is the only question we have before us, is that correct?
Yes, that is what you're recommending to council if it meets that criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Holland.
Thank you, members of the commission, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jason Holloman. I represent the 24th District, which includes the Sylvan Park neighborhood. I would like to take just a minute because I think some of you were here 9 years ago when this issue was discussed. Some of you weren't. I do think it bears a little bit of history. In 2005, this neighborhood undertook, before I was on the council, to try to adopt conservation zoning for the whole neighborhood. That effort ultimately was not successful and was not adopted. Since I was elected in 2007, this is probably one of the questions and issues that I face more often than anything else. What about Sylvan Park? What about the rate of demolition that we have? What about some of the new infill construction? Some of it I think is uniformly well thought of, some of it isn't. And it's been a tough issue because it was a contentious issue last time. In 2011, at my recommendation, a group of advocates agreed, and we brought a bill to you to only do Park Avenue and Elkins Avenue, and that seemed to make logical sense, at least as a first step for Sylvan Park. It has some of the larger homes, some of the older homes, although many of the same architectural or time period are spread throughout the neighborhood. But we did those two streets in 2011, and there was no opposition, I think, at the public hearings for those two streets. Since that time, I've had continued interest in trying to expand that overlay. What you have before you today, I do think is important to acknowledge, is not what you saw in 2005. It is only about half that. It runs from 42nd to 51st, which, of course, for those of you that are familiar with the neighborhood, the trolley ran down 46th. And so this is sort of the heart of the old part of the neighborhood. It includes Sylvan Park Elementary School, includes Nebraska Avenue, which is where some of other oldest, largest housing stock is in the neighborhood. So it is more limited than what was presented to you before. There is opposition. There's no secret about that. In trying to address some of those concerns, some are philosophical. Some, however, are legitimate concerns about some of the smaller housing stock. And the reason for adding and in meeting with some opponents, I've had some opponents tell me that solves their problem, some opponents it doesn't. But I think the importance of doing that, and I recognize on the front end that is going to be at times a challenge because we're going to get into that date. But the reason is that if we stick to the typical contributing standard, there are some of these post-war 1945 to 1950 homes that are only 800 square feet that are arguably contributing. And the concern about that is that in modern day families, it may not be, a home that is likely to be suitable for a two-child, three-child family. Personally, I hate to see some of those go, but this seems like a place where the get of preserving some houses like the old bowling house that's a 6,000 square foot house at the corner of 45th and Nebraska, but sits on a triple lot, which does have development possibilities. The get of preserving that is worth the give of losing some of these post-45 homes. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions after the public hearing if there are more, but I don't think there's a question in terms of the charge to you that there is a critical mass of historic homes in the proposed district, particularly as drafted now. I will say that beyond paring down based on support, some of those streets that were included before, it really wouldn't functionally make sense to include them because we have experienced so much demolition in the last 9 years that a lot of the character of those streets is gone that was originally there. So, thank you.
Okay, any questions to council?
I have a question. In the discussions in the public meetings that you all have had,
Sure.
I know having the historic designation and then the conservation, a lot of times people don't understand what that conservation means.
I think
Did you feel that it was explained well enough that people sometimes think, oh, well, okay.
I
Did
do.
you get that?
I think we've struggled with that, and maybe some information put out there to the contrary at times. But no, I think Robin has appeared at 2 neighborhood-wide or everyone that was in this area at least, and I think other people came even from outside that area. 2 meetings. One, I think we had about 40 people. We had another one on Monday night that had about 60 to 70 people. That information has also been put out on Nextdoor. And the Neighborhood Association, of course, has talked about it off and on for years.
Okay, and I just see it happening to wonderful neighborhoods, and Sylvan Park really hasn't had that influx of them turning down and building the McMansions, so to speak. But I mean, it could certainly happen, and I'd hate to see that happen.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Councilman, one second. I'm curious as to your opposition to this. Is it coming from residents of the neighborhood or from people who want to build and develop the neighborhood?
Some of both, and I will say that there's different types of opposition. There's opposition from developers who want to continue to tear down. There's opposition. I think there's some opposition from some of the folks that have built some of the newer, larger homes that I think feel like this is a message to them that they're not welcome, which I don't think is accurate. And I will say, while I respect their opinions, it doesn't tend to have quite as much weight with me because those are probably the least affected homeowners in this area because they already have a large home. The chances of adding on are slim. The chances of them demolishing are almost zero, at least in their home ownership lifetime.
Right.
And if they wanted to, they could. So that's some of what I hear. And then, I do hear some from homeowners that live in homes that they say they want to sell, and this wouldn't allow them, they say, to make as much money. I have looked myself, and I say to this group, I think you probably know as well or better than I do, there's an argument out there that has resonated with some people that this depresses property values. And I'm asked to explain why I think it doesn't, and my simple explanation, like where Hunter lives in District 6, is the fastest appreciating council district in the whole city and has the highest concentration of conservation zoning districts in the whole city. My council district is next, and it's one of the top 5 appreciating council districts as well. So while I can't definitively tell you it adds to property values, I don't think it's been demonstrated to detract.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman, I have one more question as well. we just don't want you to stop talking.
Sure.
On your last public hearing, and you were saying that you had about 60 to 70, so that's a good number of turnout. Did you get a sense? I mean, this for and against numbers are really close. And hearing of this since 2007 or 2005 has been, documented publicly.
It's made the news.
So in your sense of that meeting, did you get that this was more? I mean, you're bringing it to, before us, but
Sure.
What was your sense of that from your last meeting?
My sense is that the majority does support it, and there was a survey done by proponents of it. Obviously, there are those that, and part of the problem, frankly, is this kind of dialogue. I've tried to meet with opponents. I've met in 2 small groups outside the community meetings to say what are the types of compromises we could address in the guidelines, and the discussion is all about procedure, or I want 12 more meetings, as opposed to what's the substance of the guidelines that we could revise. I finally unilaterally offered this that you heard today without agreement because I thought it was the right thing to do. I will say this. I recognize that there is opposition in this particular overlay. I also recognize in the 22 districts we have across the city, there's never even been so much as a serious effort to repeal one. If it turns out that some of the fears that have been put out there really come to fruition, this is just a zoning ordinance. It can be undone, but the demolition of 100-year-old houses can't be. And so I think that's the ultimate deciding factor for me in this, is that we've struggled with it now for 9 years. I do believe it's supported. And if in the end, some of the things that have been said will happen, end of times, it can be undone. But if it's not done, we're clearly going to continue to lose a lot of our housing stock. And we've lost about 10% of our homes, some historic, some not historic, but we've lost about 10% of our homes to demolition since the last time this was discussed.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Anything else for the council? All right.
And I'll remain here and available.
Okay. Thanks, Councilman. Okay. First, open up is from the association. If anyone speaks from the association.
Before we start, and correct me again, I want to be sure everyone in the audience and us understands what we are here for in this commission. Is we've been asked to determine if that neighborhood or that area contains structures or group of structures and embody the distinctive characteristics of a type or period.
That's correct.
There's nothing in here about economics. There's nothing in here about loss of property value. There's nothing that's depreciation of that. Unfortunately, this is just not the body for that discussion. And I'm very sympathetic to the neighbors, but I just hope everyone realizes that. That's a public hearing that can be had at council probably, but it's just not what we're here for. So I hope everybody can understand that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, open public hearing. First, I will open it to the association people, if anyone's any representatives. Okay, now open up for people for against this expansion. And once again, start with your name and address. And Sean will be the timekeeper. He's got a little alarm that goes off, so. Yeah, and be mindful too, as you do your 2 minutes, if you've heard the point, just realize it's already been said, but you have your 2 minutes, and please state your name and address.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alan Grant, I live at 4508 Wyoming, right in the heart of the proposed expansion. Commissioner Fletcher, I completely understand and appreciate you reminding us of the charge here today of the commission, and I will speak to that. I would just like to respond. Councilor Holloman has stated, and I think that he believes that the majority of the neighborhood is in favor of this, but I think he's looking at this through rose-colored glasses, as Councilman Holloman actually wants this overlay and has been pushing for it since 2005. So I just ask you really to hear, well, I know that's not your charge. I think it is important to consider the proponents or the opponents to this legislation are not an organized group, unlike the proponents are. They're a 401, they're a nonprofit corporation. They are very organized, and they write you guys very well, and they do it very quickly, and they've been in contact with Councilor Holloman. Regarding the actual elements of 1736-120, particularly element 3, containing structures or groups of structures that embody distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction, I would argue there really hasn't been any convincing factual argument to tell us how that actually exists. We're talking about a period of, I think, 50 years time. It's been, 1890s and 1940s, and we're talking about now 1940 to 2010. That's 70 years since then, and in that 70 years, there's been a steady build of houses in that time. Sylvan Park was not frozen in 1940. It continued to develop over time, yet a small group is trying to say that those homes are more valuable than the homes that were built in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. There's been no factual evidence. We've been presented with a windshield survey, but there actually hasn't been any survey to tell you whether or not your home is contributing or not. Regarding the actual purpose and intent of historic in 1736-100, I'd point to D and F, to stabilize and improve property values and to strengthen the local economy. The point of these is to help distressed neighborhoods. Sylvan Park is in no distress whatsoever. It is flourishing without an overlay, and it's not needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Stabitz. I live at 38th Avenue, which is outside the overlay, and I think that's an important part of this discussion. I'd come here today to tell you more about my personal reasons for why I'm against this, and it's clear to me that this isn't the right point for it. So I'll use this time instead to respond to a couple of the points I heard Councilman Holloman make that I think I've learned more about since our meeting on Monday. One is that we keep hearing about how there's 22 other overlays throughout the city that have not been repealed. Since that time, I've found out that many of those overlays are a different, less restrictive type of overlay than what's being proposed here. So I think that we need to be clear about there's a different kind of might be a different kind of overlay in those different communities that may mean different things to those communities. An additional thing I've learned is that there's not a procedure for repealing the overlays. So even if there was an interest in repealing those, it's not clear by what course of action that would take place. As someone who sits just outside this zone, it's my understanding that the people who want to push this forward have their sights on my street and my neighborhood. And we're not here to talk about home values, but I'm concerned about what this is going to do for the home value and for my ability to use the property the way I want to. I'm not interested in flipping my house. I'm just interested in being able to live there throughout the period of time in which I'd like to have children, raise a family, send them to the schools in the neighborhood that I selected, and remain in that place. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Grant. I live at 4508 Wyoming Avenue, so definitely in the affected area of the overlay. We have a group on Nextdoor, which is our only medium for having some discussion on this since we've been seeing this so quickly. And I have two neighbors, Paige and Jared Reber, that were not able to be here because of work, but have sent you emails that I wanted to highlight some of the things that they've sent today because I fully agree with them. In reviewing the staff recommendation for the Park and Elkins Neighborhood Conservation Overlay that's being presented today, please take a look at page 3 of the recommendation. It states that there were many informal meetings, some held on October 14th and also on April 3rd. To clarify, the October 14th meeting was an SPNA meeting. SPNA, which is our neighborhood association, has stated that they will not take a stand on this issue and they do not want to discuss it in their actual meeting minutes. So they talk about it after the meeting is over and they have some discussion, but we've tried to look for meeting minutes and we have no information about what the discussion has been. So there's been no formal discussion in that forum. The April 3rd meeting was with the Historic Sylvan Park group that Alan mentioned earlier, is an organized group. Others did attend, but we did not receive advance notice that this meeting was happening, which is why we called for the meeting on June 16th, 2 days ago, to discuss this with the neighborhood, where we had 60 to 70 people come to attend and to understand, educate, and express opinions. Basically, I don't feel like there's been enough discussion and education on what we are looking at today. I personally have read through the 27-page document, and I have a lot of questions that I've sent to both Jason and Robin, and they have not been answered fully today. I've received no email response except for that they would hope that they would respond to my email in the meeting that we had. Now, as far as contributing structures, they have not been able to tell us which homes are contributing and which ones are not because they have a backlog of activity in their office, so they're not able to tell me if my home is contributing right now. How can we vote on something? How can we present something if we don't know if any of the homes are contributing? They've said 62%. I'm assuming that's me, but I don't know. So I really don't feel like we've had extensive public input. I'd also look at the people that are supporting the overlay. Jason has mentioned that he takes recommendations of the inside overlay over outside, and many of those are outside of the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deborah Waters. I'm a 20-year resident of 4206 Murphy Road. It happens to be the last block of residential on Murphy and contains 3 1926 stone homes. Of those stone homes, there's only one on the corner that has been selected to be in the overlay. I am against the overlay. I did a remodel on my home a few years ago and followed many of the concepts in maintaining the integrity of my value. As a constituent of Councilman's and a 20-year resident of Sylvan Park, I request of this body, how does a taxpayer slow down this process? As you have heard from other neighbors, the June meeting expressed a need to discuss at our neighborhood association meeting. Mr. Holloman met with us on the 16th, and part of the statistics that he expressed during that meeting, that of the 780 homes, 40 people showed up at that initial meeting. Of those, they were 2 to 1. So that means there's 26 people, or 3%, according to the numbers that he articulated on Monday night. So clearly there's not been substantial education on getting the information out. to the neighbors. They have expressed it intensely, as they did in 2005 when I was also a resident and a part of those discussions. So we do not have majority acceptance at this point, and we would like to ask that there be further discussions so it be less emotional and a discussion where a majority can convey pro or con. But this procedure has not manifested well enough that there is a consensus among the neighbors within the confines of Sylvan Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Christy Bradley. I am a resident at 4707 Idaho, which is right in the middle of the proposed overlay. I am not against historic conservation overlays. I lived in one for many years in historic Edgefield. I'm a fan of historic, and I think it's a great thing on Park and Elkins. Park and Elkins, anyone who drives through Sylvan Park will see, is significantly different and significantly more contributing than the rest of the neighborhood. That is why it was not met with opposition. The rest of the neighborhood, and even by the names of the streets, you have Park and Elkins, the rest of the streets are named by state. It is very different. It is a very different animal. You've got homes that range from 1890 to 1950s that they're saying will be contributing. And I just don't understand when we, look at number 3 of this, it says it contains structures or groups of structures that embody distinctive characteristics of a type. They're not. They're all over the board, all over the board. I mean, you drive by and you'll see an 800 square foot house and you don't know if it was, built in 1930 or 1950. There's nothing distinctive about them. It also says a period. We're looking at Sylvan Park wasn't built just in that 60-year period. There's been significant infill in pretty much every decade. The history of Sylvan Park is infill. And so it seems silly to stop that. Also, possess high artistic value. On Park and Elkins, maybe. You've got some Victorians, you've got bungalows, foursquares. You don't have much of that in the other streets. You have a lot of 800 to 1,100 square foot homes that are not feasible for the price point. The lot is worth twice as much as what the house is. So it is not, many of them are dilapidated, have been rentals for 30 years, and they will continue down that line. As far as components that may lack individual distinction, represent a significant and distinguishable entity? No. Just none of these things are encompass the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Brian Costner. I live at 138 51st Avenue North. This falls within the proposed overlay area. My wife and I actually just built a brand new house here in the last year. We're one of the people that Jason talked about that have built the new houses. And we worked very hard to be able to do that on the lot that we did. We were lucky enough to obtain one. And the home that was on that lot, it was about 800 square feet, and it was not suitable for any, space-wise or condition-wise for any young family to come in, such as mine, and live in. So we're lucky to be able to do that. And I want other families to be able to continue to do the same thing without the restrictions of any type of conservation overlay. I think it's great for the area. As far as, consensus and majority and all that's concerned, I've heard a lot of talk about a survey that was sent out to get opinions on this. I never received a survey. I've been there since November. Never came in the mail. Nobody ever asked me. I've heard of a lot of other people that built new houses. They never got any type of survey either. So our opinions, I feel like, have been totally, discounted in this whole thing. I just want other families to be able to continue to have the opportunities that we had in this area without limitations placed on that, within reason, of course. And I think anybody knows that Nashville, it's burgeoning right now. It's booming. It's really a city on the rise. I think Sylvan Park represents that in microcosm. I think there's a lot of great changes that are happening there, a lot of modernization, gentrification, and really some beautiful homes being built. And I hope that will be allowed to continue without this limitation being placed on it. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dan Shomo. I live at 4804 Idaho, right in the middle of this proposed expansion. I live in a 1945, 1,000 square foot home that would definitely be affected by this. It sits 20 feet further back from the street than any others. I did find out about this April meeting just before it, so I attended. I had expressed my opposition. At that April meeting, they had no idea what that proposed expansion was going to be. They didn't provide streets or anything like that. They said that was still being discussed. They didn't provide anything about which houses are considered contributing. I asked Robin. She said we're still compiling that. I then went to the meeting 2 nights ago, and I asked Robin again, can you show us which homes are considered contributing? At that point in time, Robin said, we're still compiling that list. We've done a window addressing of it, so we have an idea, but if you want to know, you just have to call us and ask individually, but we're never going to release what that information is. We don't want someone to buy a home thinking they're going to be able to adjust it, only to find out later that they can't. Well, 780 homeowners in this range bought a home thinking they would be able to adjust it, and this changes that without any specifics of which homes are contributing until we get here tonight and Councilman Holloman's changed that now to 1945. My home was built in 1945, so it's affected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Matt Sauer, 4301 Nebraska Avenue. I think a lot of the other points that I would have made have already been covered. So I'd just like to reiterate quickly about the support of the neighborhood and the survey that is cited. The survey that I received came in February, and the way that it was worded from the association made it sound like it was going to be a significantly less restrictive overlay than the one that is proposed, the one that's in effect on Park and Elkins. To that, I replied that I would like more information. And the next piece of information I had was regarding this meeting for the public hearing. So I don't feel like I've had an opportunity. Maybe that's my own fault for not following the correct media feeds, but I haven't had an opportunity to learn and discuss the impacts of this overlay, as well as what houses should fit into the criteria for the guidelines. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robert Terry. I live at 6525 Jocelyn Hollow Road, which is outside of the area, but I do own property in the affected area. The first thing is apparently a survey was sent out, but I never got that survey card. So since I own property in there, I think I should have got it. The second thing is I think that the list that they're working on ought to be completed before this is voted on. That way, the people whose properties are affected would know that. And then they would have, and then I think that there ought to be some discussion. There was one meeting held, and then apparently the opposition decided, I don't know if they begged, but they finally got another meeting together to have the issue discussed more, which was Monday night, 2 nights ago. So I think that this process should be deferred or delayed or somehow till, one, they can finish their list, and 2, the people who are being affected know that they are affected, and they can be able to, people want to think and know about stuff. This is affecting a large number of homes. I've had three other of these things here today before, and of those 3, there was no opposition. Well, obviously, this one's a little bit different than those, and I think that it needs a little more time that people know about it. The work by staff needs to be completed before, just say, well, we drove around and we think it looks good. But that's what I asked you to defer this and let some more discussion go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Patrick Terry, and I own property on Idaho Avenue, 4509, 4407 Idaho also. It's in the area. I believe it's Miss Nielsen's question at the beginning of this. Well, my brother and I own a local market in the area. It's Jack's Market. And the pulse of the people that come in there, I talk to them every day. Councilman Holloman, I would disagree with you that most people know what's going on about the overlay in the area. I listen to them every day. The people that wouldn't even know how to contact you. These are people that have lived their whole lives there, that really don't know anything about the procedure that's going on here right now. And also I've built houses in the neighborhood and have owned property in the neighborhood, I believe, since 1988, I believe. I do think it will hurt the property values in the area. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I appreciate this opportunity to speak before this body. My name is Bobby Francescan, and I'm a native Nashvilleian. My grandfather was an immigrant, was in the marble and trowel business. I worked for a publishing company, and we did histories of cities, and I interviewed authors all over the country. I own a house in Sylvan Park and have owned it for almost 20 years. And I am totally against this historic zoning overlay for a number of reasons. I think this is Councilman Holt. I've brought some pictures that really, because you're not addressing these issues. Would you please pass these out? This is a picture of Councilman Holloman's home. I heard Ann Nelson up here saying those big mansions, we hate to see them go. This is on the corner of 43rd and Park Avenue. And then here next to it is the house next to it. This is a 1940, it comes into it. The overlay guidelines say that you can't change the roof line. I went down to the Historic Commission and met with Jeff and Paul Hoffman and asked them. And what they told me at that meeting, I've heard repeated here. And I asked them specifically, what is historic? What do you guys consider historic? They told me 1930. Robin said 1930. They talked about Belmont. I grew up on Belmont. My grandfather built Christ the King Church. Robin went to MTSU. He built the biology building, Peck Hall, Marble and Tarouza. I've had lunch in the home my grandmother was born in. My grandfather's house was built in 1786, and the family still owns it. The problem is we did it. It's your property. Do what you want to with it. If your property, here's mine. I've got a 1,100 square foot house, and I bought it 19 years ago and redid it. The problem with this overlay is that they put the most restrictive guidelines in. The house next to Holloman's doesn't have a front porch. I asked Sean, I said, I walk up to my house with a sack load of groceries. Sir. Yeah, but here's the problem.
Sir, that's your time.
You're dinging it out and you're doing my property. And I was told by Sean that there's 3 public hearings.
Okay.
The zoning commission, this hearing, then the planning commission, and then the other. Then we come to this meeting and you say that this is not the case, that y'all can't hear what the public has to say and y'all can't do anything but if it meets the guidelines.
Please finish just your thought. You can finish your thought then.
Please stop this now. It's arbitrary. You ask them, they haven't given them. When I was there a month ago, they told me that they would look at my property and say whether it was conforming or not. And I haven't heard back from them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your...
Robin, I want Robin to answer this. Does this conform to the historic, the addition?
Thank you very much.
If I could just have 1 second, it's just, I just wanted to point out that the conversation that we had a minute ago, the only reason I'm coming back is first of all, my house was built in 1901. But second of all, the 1945 timeframe that we talked about for the guidelines, the little house is one that was obviously built later. If you look at the whole block, most of them look like mine. And this is an infill house from about 1945 to 1950. And this is the kind of thing that would be permitted to be torn down if we proceed. Now, this is on Park, so it wouldn't be actually in the area that's discussed. It's already under the overlay. But I just wanted to point that out because, frankly, Bobby illustrates a good point that I was trying to make. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Josh Rosenblatt. I live at 4809 Nebraska. A lot of really good points have been made, so I won't take up your time and reiterate them. I just would like to really emphasize the fact that 2 things. One, some of the homes in this neighborhood are conforming, but there's very little consensus with the opposition of what that means because there's been very little outreach and dialogue. I really do feel like as a neighbor and as someone whose family's lived in Sylvan Park for 3 years, that this hit me out of nowhere 2 weeks ago. And so what I would really like the most is more time and more education on exactly what's happening. I think there are some contributing houses in the neighborhood, but I think there are also a lot of just old houses in the neighborhood, and I'm not really sure that this is an overlay that's worthwhile. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now would all the people who would, and you can stay in your seat if you like to and come up, but if everybody who would like to speak for the project would come forward, state your name and address as well. And once again, 2 minutes and Sean will help you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All that's for, but you can sit in your area and come up if you like, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm John Summers. I live at 5000 Wyoming Avenue. I previously lived in East Nashville, created the historic conservation overlay of which you're dealing with today, implemented it there, implemented it at Cherokee Park, expanded it in Edgefield, and expanded it in Richland West End. I think you've got an example today as to why we haven't been able to have a reasonable conversation about this, because we're not dealing with some people that aren't reasonable people, unfortunately. You know that this is the least restrictive overlay probably in the country. There's all sorts of misinformation that's being put out there by the opponents, and it's difficult, in terms of trying to discuss things on a factual basis. You have a very limited charge here before you today, and I appreciate that. I hope you'll follow that charge because the information is consistent that this overlay meets those criteria. But to give you some comfort level, I've seen every survey that's been done as a council person before, and actually Sylvan Park's been working on a conservation overlay since the 1980s. Most serious effort was in 2005. Every survey that was done, if you looked in it, even the ones that you had one by the proponents, one by the opponents, and then you had one done by the council. You never had 100% response in any of the surveys. In every one of those surveys, if you looked at just the residents, you had a majority in favor. It's always been the absentee landlords that's made up a significant portion of the opposition to this effort. But you do have people that philosophically, don't like government. They don't like any restrictions from codes. They don't like your existence. They think the free market enterprise ought to run everything. Well, that's not the law in this community. It's not the law in the country. And this overlay is about protecting and preserving the historic homes. And that's what the majority of folks are concerned about that live here. There are other people that care more about their investment, what they can add on, how quickly they can move, whatever it might be, how much return they're going to get.
That's your
At the end of the day, there's never been an overlay in this city that hasn't increased property values in this city.
Sir, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James Trigg, 5002 Wyoming Avenue, and I'm going to make mine short, sweet, and merciful. I am for the overlay. I don't think it's progress to tear down the historic homes of Sylvan Park. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Catherine Hayden. I live at 5000 Wyoming. I'm John's wife. I've lived in the neighborhood for 20 years, and I very much support the overlay. Many of the arguments that have been given don't really hold water. There's a lot of confusion about what type of overlay it is. This is the least restrictive. It's a conservation, not a historic overlay. And we still have a majority of contributing houses in the neighborhood, and we don't want to lose that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jim Hardaway. I live at 4408 Wyoming Avenue. We're pretty much in the heart of the area in question. What really spurred us to renew the discussion, because the discussion of the overlay has been going on for years. This is nothing new. It's finally time to do something about it. What really spurred us was a wonderful historic house across the street from us. It was there one day, boom, the next day it was gone. And we were just appalled. And then just 2 or 3 weeks later, boom, another one went down. And then we keep seeing this happening over and over again. Boom, boom, boom. Every time we turn around, historic houses are going down. This is our attempt to do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Louise Hardaway, and I also live at 4408 Wyoming Avenue with Jim Hardaway, who just spoke. And we have been residents there for 20-plus years. We bought an old house, early 19-teens house, and have been working on it for 20 years because that's kind of the way it goes with old houses. But we do love old houses, and we chose that neighborhood because of the charm and the historic character of Sylvan Park. And we have been good neighbors, we think, for those years. And I do hate to see this kind of contention and angry things among the neighbors, but we need to, the crux of the matter is conservation zoning is there to preserve historic homes. And we want to preserve what's left in our neighborhood. And there still is enough in the neighborhood to call it, to meet the guidelines. According to all the proper surveys and things that have been done, we do meet the guidelines, and I don't want to see any more come down, and they're coming down at such a fast rate, and the longer we wait, the longer we set dates to give people more time to come in and tear down more houses, the more houses we're going to lose. So we would ask that you please recommend this to the council for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Claire Bratton. I live at 4802 Nevada Avenue, and I recognize a lot of the pain people might feel when they bought a small house and we're hoping to maybe expand it. My concern is the lack of proportion and out of scale difference between a lot of the new houses that are coming up and the historic ones, and also just the loss of the character of the neighborhood. That's what drew me to it. I lived in the Hillsborough, Belmont area before, and I now live in Sylvan Park for the last 13 years. And that's a part of the character that drew me to the neighborhood, and I think helps define some of the charm, and I hate to see it go. There are certain portions of the neighborhood that are starting to look like a planned development in Williamson County. I just like to not see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Liza Averbush, 4707 Utah. I've been in the neighborhood for 4 years, and part of the reason I bought in was because of the historic character of the neighborhood. And I walk those streets every day, and I think it's pretty clear just looking around that we qualify as a historic neighborhood, at least for now. And I'd just like to see that preserved. And I also think that it's important to note that at some of these meetings that we've had, particularly the one on Monday, it was a lot of question and answer, and I think there wasn't much of an opportunity for people who do support the overlay to express that they do. I, for example, don't have any questions as to what it means. I feel like I understand the guidelines and all of that, so there wasn't really a place to express support at this most recent meeting. So I think there may be more of an less of an understanding of the true proportion of who supports and who doesn't, because there wasn't a lot of time to express your support at the most recent meeting. But I'm all for it, so thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pat Williams. I live at 4301 Elkins in the present overlay, the Park Elkins overlay, and I would just like to state that it is working very well. I have heard not one complaint from anyone on Park and Elkins about it. In fact, last week I just replaced the ugly columns that somebody had replaced since 1950. My house was built in 1897, by the way. I just replaced the ugly metal columns that somebody had put in to support the porch roof, and did a lot of work on the porch. I didn't even have to get a permit for that. Replaced it with some more appropriate columns just last week. But there's one thing that I don't understand, and that's why people that have just built a new house are concerned even, because it's not even going to affect them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Visconti. I live at 4700 Dakota, which is right in the middle of the proposed overlay. I want to say that I'm in support of it. I moved to Sylvan Park, actually from New York City, and what I really liked about it was like it was one of those in-town neighborhoods. It had a lot of character and a lot of old trees, and I liked the people that were there. They were all kind of interesting and diverse, and some money people, some people that didn't have a lot of money. I thought it was great. And recently I've seen a lot of tear downs happening, and it's really upsetting to me because everything I liked about the neighborhood is getting hurt, and I think we really do need this. I think even more upsetting to me has been the tenor of the opponents of this. I'm so shocked and stunned and ashamed by their actions, and everyone who's for it seems to be very calm and mellow in presenting our case, where everyone against it is screaming and yelling. Mr. Francesco, I think, is an excellent example of what we're up against. I mean, he even yelled bullshit while Jason was speaking just a moment ago. Now, I think that's terribly inappropriate and doesn't help the discussion, and I don't like to see that at all. So I am in support of this, and I would hope that you guys aren't swayed by the anger and this passion and the lies and misinformation, because I know this has been talked about a long time. We've had many discussions about it. People have had opportunities to know what was going on. Things have been sent out, so they have had the opportunities to know what was going on. They just chose to ignore it, and at the last minute are coming here screaming and yelling and accusing Jason, who I think has done a great job of at least keeping things calm, of some terrible things. I mean, as if he's going to make money off this, or he's got some lair in his basement where he's manipulating everyone. It's just a terrible thing to see. So I hope that we can move forward with this so that we can keep a really nice neighborhood, and I can enjoy living there, and we can all just calm down and have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Audrey Deal McEver. I live at 4200 Dakota. My husband and I moved to this neighborhood about 4 years ago from 12 South because we didn't like how much was being destructed, or how much destruction there was over there. We wanted to buy a historic home. Our house is from the 1920s. We've been restoring it, but over the time we've been here, we've had almost half the historic homes on our block torn down. I think there's been a lot of opposition talking about how there aren't enough historic homes, but my argument is that history isn't always large and flashy. I think the history of our neighborhood is very humble. I think it's a very working class neighborhood, and there are many very significant homes that are not gigantic and amazing. I'm 28 years old. I'm someone who is going to be here a long time. I'm hoping, perhaps with a family someday, and I do think it's possible to add on to my 1,100 square foot home within these parameters. I've seen many other people do in other districts. I'm not concerned. I also feel like there's been plenty of time. I've been to many meetings on this now. I've read the regulations online. I don't feel like it's being rushed. I feel like this is something I'm wholeheartedly for. And at the rate that the homes on my block have come down, we've lost 5 out of the 11 houses. I feel like this is our last chance. I mean, my block that I bought into is not what I bought. So I feel like this needs to happen now, and we can't wait much longer, or else there won't be a historic district to save. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Janine Brush. I've been a resident of Sylvan Park since 2003, own a piece of property and have lived there at 4907 Wyoming. Bought that because it was convenient. I love the neighborhood. It's a privilege to live there. And I'm very much in favor of the overlay. My house is very small. Everybody doesn't want a big new home. A lot of people like me need something smaller, want something smaller. And I don't think that any of the guidelines that they're proposing to do would stop me or anyone else from really doing anything to improve the size of their home. And I think it's a privilege, and we should be able to do something to help the city of Nashville, because that neighborhood's not going to be there much longer at the rate that the change and the tear downs are occurring. Just want to say that I am in favor.
Thank you.
I'm Elaine Hackerman, 4701 Utah. The old part of the house is 90 years old. I've lived there 23 years. I did add on. I went straight back. I tried to follow all the guidelines, even though we didn't have a conservation overlay. I moved in because of the historic nature of the neighborhood, how it looked in general, and that overview when you drive down the streets. It's changing And I think that there's other places in this county and in other counties where if you want to make mansion, then live in those areas and be still close to downtown. I think that's completely possible other places, but to destroy the feel of this neighborhood, I believe is wrong, and that's why I support the overlay. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Bergeson, and I live at 4504 Utah Avenue, right in the middle of all of this. And I'm 5 generations Nashville on both sides, and I like to have the opportunity to stand up for historic opportunity when there is one, while there still is one. I've lived in the house since '99, and I purchased it from my family in 2008. And the last time we were here, or the last time I was here talking, there was a where there used to be a commercial space and a house, there was looking at rezoning for a commercial space twice the size and 3 houses at 2+ stories going up directly across from me, which would affect the way life feels on my street and the reason I want to live on my street. So I've read through the 27 pages myself. My house is it's 12,000 square feet, 1 bathroom. I will add on someday if I stay there, and I'm willing to do it in the confines of the overlay to protect the neighborhood. That I'll say what I think while I have the platform to do so without a finger in my face going boo, boo, boo by friends and neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Pickney, and I've lived at 4604 Dakota Avenue for over 30 years with my husband, Bernard Pickney, and we've raised 3 children there. We're fortunate to own 2 other homes in the neighborhood, and we have been very negatively affected by the degree of demolitions and the rebuilds of the tall, skinny houses. We think Sylvan Park is long, long overdue for a conservation overlay and the protection it would provide. We are confident the benefits would far outweigh the restrictions, and we certainly believe we meet the guidelines. We just feel like we're losing the flavor of Sylvan Park by the day, and we just really urge you to please help us, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark McEverett, 4200 Dakota. I'll simply say I support the overlay for most of the same reasons everybody else does. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Caroline Trost. I'm at 4310 Dakota, also right in the heart of the overlay expansion, proposed overlay expansion. I also am in favor of it. Just wanted to say that I support everything everybody else has already said. I'm alarmed at the rate at which historic houses are going down and enormous McMansions are going up in our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Bernard Pickney. I live at 4604 Dakota Avenue. June the 1st, I started my 38th year at that address. My house is 110 years old, and all 10 houses on our block was built before 1930, and they're all still intact. And since the issue is whether or not we qualify for this, I think, looking around the neighborhood, this is definitely what we do. And I'm, own 3 other houses in the neighborhood. 1 is in the historic district. I like what's happened up there since the overlay passed. I have 2 investment houses, plus the one I'll live in this area, and I think it'll improve the values and certainly it'll improve the quality of life in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Miriam Shimon. I live at 4406 Idaho. I've lived there for 14 years. Before that, I lived on Nebraska. So I've been in the neighborhood a long time, and I'm anxious about the changes that are going on in the neighborhood, particularly putting 2 houses on a 1-lot size duplexes, and tearing out trees, old trees, to put in these duplexes. So those are my concerns. And Sylvan Park is a great place to live. John Holloman is doing a very good job of of getting the information out. And I do see a lot of people who don't want to listen to the information that's coming out. And needless to say, I'm in support of the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Peter Brush. I live at 4907 Wyoming Avenue in the area affected by the proposed overlay. In my mind, Park Elkins neighborhood is one of the most attractive neighborhoods in Nashville. It's kind of an example of the benefit of this sort of conservation zoning, and it would be advantageous if more of Sylvan Park was included. One thing I noticed, the difference in the people in favor of the overlay and the people against. It seems like the people against are motivated by self-interest. They're afraid they might lose some financial advantage. My sense is that the people in favor of the overlay are interested in the neighborhood and the community. And so I hope you will help us expand this overlay for the benefit of the Sylvan Park neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Hello, my name's Jerry Lynn Hilton, and I've lived at 4203 Nevada Avenue since 1992. But my history with Sylvan Park goes back to 1968. My family moved to Nashville here, to Sylvan Park. My father's a minister at West Nashville United Methodist. I went from the 6th grade through high school in the neighborhood. I graduated from Cone High School. When I was able to afford a house, in 92, I moved back because I wanted to come back to my old neighborhood, and I wanted to start attending my church again. Sylvan Park was being revitalized at that time. I don't know the numbers or the years when it started to kind of come back again, but it had started to. People were buying the homes and kind of fixing them up again, and there had been some sort of decline. But the point of that is that Sylvan Park has not been in decline for years. And this surge of new development that we've had since the last overlay was defeated, yes, property values have gone up, and we're not talking about that, but they were not going down, if that's an argument. I just want to say that I opposed the overlay before. And the reason I am for it now is because of the overdevelopment, if that's a word, that's going on. I want to live in the neighborhood. I want to grow old in the neighborhood that I moved back to in 1992. And so that's one of the reasons I support it. And I'd like my friends on the other side. I met a wonderful person the other night, Christy.
Sorry, that is time.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You see why they want to speak.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Kathy Chiavala, and I live at 4107 Colorado Avenue, which is one block outside the overlay. And I've lived there for 26 years, and I love Sylvan Park, and I love all my neighbors, for and against, and I think we need this overlay. We've just drive down the streets and you can see the skinny houses. You can see well, you might not know what's been torn down, but there's been some historic homes torn down, and it's getting worse by the day as people know they can come in and make a lot of money. My house has quadrupled in value, and are we not supposed to be talking about value? I forgot. Anyway, I've done a lot to improve my house and to restore its character. It had been boogered, and I've tried to restore it to its 1929 values, and I just appreciate this opportunity. I think this is a fantastic opportunity to preserve our history. Once it's gone, you can't get it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any others? Okay. Close public hearing. Let's open it up for discussion. I made a couple of notes. I'll start off. One, Robin, could you just clarify about the restrictiveness of it?
Sure. There's 3 different types of overlays, and this is the neighborhood conservation. It's the least restrictive of those 3. We've only ever had 2 or 3. This has always been the least restrictive, so I'm not sure what that one comment was referencing when he said that this wasn't. It is. So I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Robin, we heard it from some of the opposition that there was a question if there were that many or enough contributing homes. Can you clarify that for us?
Based on that 1945 date with the research we've accomplished so far, it's about 62% contributing.
But 1930 and before, what percentage?
Excuse me.
So can you say when you do the 1945 level, you're at 62?
Contributing.
Okay.
I think it was stated that someone could call your office and determine whether it was a contributing structure. I know, when was the last time that survey was done?
Well, we're working on one right now. There was a windshield survey done 2009, I think it was.
Okay.
But this is a much more extensive survey than that one.
Okay. But that information is available?
Yes. Someone can call anytime. I had 4 people call yesterday and gave them information last night on whether their home was contributing or not.
Yeah. And knowing that this process goes way back, I mean, and not just Sylvan Park, but Nashville, and us identifying our historic structures, and the 1945 date has been sort of one that's been out there for a long, long time. Robin, was there other surveys done for that area for these earlier requests for the conservation? And what I'm getting at is the number of significant homes that have really been torn down.
Oh, no, I don't have that information for you today.
Well, I know you don't have, I mean, but it is available. I mean, there were surveys done years ago.
Well, we could just look at the code's records and figure it out.
Okay, all right. I mean, it would be sort of interesting to know, because I know that there's been a significant change.
Yes.
Robin, the 62%, how does that compare to percentage of contributing homes in other districts that we've approved over the years?
It's very similar. The other districts range from 51% to 80%, probably. I don't have those exact numbers, though. The ordinance doesn't require a percentage.
Sure. It was more in line with, is it consistent with the percentages we've approved in the past?
I know I'm out of order here, but this is an opportunity to discuss the dynamics of this.
I'm sorry, right?
People are mad because she stood up here before 2 other
I'm sorry, sir.
dated 1930 is historic significance.
I understand, and we just have to keep order. I apologize for that.
And they worked this overlay to 1945 so they could get more a percentage. You got more. I am way out of order because this is so wrong what they've done to manipulate this for their interest.
Okay.
Well, with that, I think it's worth repeating again what our charge is and reminding everyone of the process, that this is merely a recommendation to the council, and how the ordinance proceeds and what meetings are held after today and what information is provided to clarify a number of, I heard a number of misunderstandings today that I think will be helpful to clarify. There will be time to do that, and there's a process for that, and this is more of the beginning than the end.
What else do you have there, Council Chairman?
That's it. Any more discussion? see your light lit up, Ben. You about to say something?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we adopt the current guidelines for park in Elkins so as to apply to the expanded area. Further, that those guidelines be renamed to the Sylvan Park Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay Guidelines, and at the request of the councilman, the 1945 date be included in those guidelines.
I have a motion and motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, now for a recommendation to council.
I think we all have unbelievable sympathy for the opposition, and it's very difficult to be kind of thrown in this position, and Aaron is absolutely correct, and hopefully everybody will view this as the first step. Maybe there could be better dialogue, but that being said, I move approval of the expansion of the district and the recommendation of the council based on Article 3, 1736-120.A, number 3.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. There you go.
I could use a bathroom break.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess. Let's just keep it to about 3 minutes. Next is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be heard, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. We do already have two that are removed from the consent agenda, 1308 6th Avenue North and 1507 Sweetbriar Avenue. First one was 1308 6th Avenue North.
So that's been removed from the consent.
Removed from the consent agenda. That will be moved to new business or old business. Yeah, new business. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. We're going to do the consent agenda first.
So by my count, that leaves 7 items on consent, and those are 2203 25th Avenue South. It's an application for new construction of infill with a setback determination. 1412 Sharp Avenue, new construction of infill and an outbuilding. 412 Broadway, constructing an addition to a contributing building. 318 Broadway, that is signage with what's it called? Special determination, something also. Modification, that's right, thank you. 1608 Holly is new construction of an addition. 101 Broadway is also signage with a modification. And 1813 Blair Boulevard, an application for new construction of an outbuilding, infill and outbuilding with setback determinations. Those items have been found to meet their respective design guidelines, and staff recommends approval of them as a consent agenda.
Okay. Any questions to Sean? Okay, thank you. Open public hearing. Are any of these open for discussion about? Okay. Close public hearing.
Move to adopt the consent agenda as presented with the 2 items, 1308 6th Avenue North and 1507 Sweetbriar removed.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, consent agenda is approved. The first one I'm going to listen to is 1507 Sweetbriar Avenue.
Before I present this project, I did want to note that 3720 Central Avenue, which is item number R on your agenda, has been removed from the agenda at the request of the applicant, so that one will not be presented today. We're dealing with it at staff level. And also wanted to let you know that the commission received public comment on this project, which should have been given to you through email earlier today. And just to remind you, this is the project that Councilmember Allen commented on earlier in the hearing. 1507 Sweetbriar is a historic single-family bungalow. The applicant is proposing to construct an addition to the structure that will create a duplex on the site. The site is zoned R8, which does allow for duplexes. The applicant is also proposing a detached garage. If this house looks familiar, the commission reviewed an application for an addition to this house last month. The commission voted to disapprove the earlier application and design. The applicant has substantially redesigned the project, and staff is recommending approval of this application before you today. Here's the rear of the house, the existing house. And here is the site plan. The addition's footprint will be about 50 square feet less than the footprint of the historic house, and staff finds this to be appropriate. The addition ties into the back wall of the house with a sunroom that is inset approximately 4 feet on the right side and 12 feet on the left. The application includes a new outbuilding that has a footprint of 800 square feet. Staff finds the outbuilding's footprint to be appropriate since the site is unusually large at nearly 15,000 square feet. The outbuilding requires a reduction to the rear setback. Base zoning requires that outbuildings that are larger than 700 square feet be situated a minimum of 20 feet from the rear property line. The applicant is proposing to situate the outbuilding just 5 feet at its narrowest point from the rear property line. Staff finds the rear setback to be appropriate in this instance because historically outbuildings were located close to the rear property line, like this one. The garage will be accessed via an existing curb cut on Sweetbriar and a driveway that will be extended to the rear of the property. Even though the addition is to be used as a separate duplex unit, it is designed so that it reads as an addition to the historic house. The historic house will retain its orientation with a primary entrance facing Sweetbriar Avenue. No changes were proposed to the front facade, the historic front facade of the house. The entrance to the second duplex unit will be at the rear of the addition, not visible from the street. The proposed addition will be no taller than the historic house when grade is taken into consideration. The known materials all meet the design guidelines, and the addition's roof form is compatible with the historic house and with the historic neighborhood. The addition's proportion and rhythm of openings also meet the design guidelines. The project includes a detached garage that is 25 feet by 32 feet. The outbuilding will have an eave height of approximately 10 feet and a ridge height of approximately 24 feet, both of which are subordinate to the historic house. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of the project with the condition that staff review and approve the shingle color and materials for the trim porch and porch railings prior to purchase and installation. With these conditions, we find that the project meets the design guidelines. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know the applicant is here to answer any questions you may have as well.
Okay, any questions to Melissa?
Size of the new building and mass in relation to open space to be compatible, not contrast greatly with surrounding historic buildings.
The addition, because the addition is less than, it's not doubling the footprint of the house, it's just slightly less. We were comfortable with the size of the addition, and 800 square feet, although it's larger than kind of what's typically done, because the lot is so large, 15,000 square feet is unusually large for this neighborhood. We thought that the relationship of open space and that the overall scale of the garage and the addition to the historic house and historic properties was appropriate.
And have we had any other duplexes that have had side entrances?
There was one on Wildwood. I think we have a photograph. Yeah, here's one it says 1507 Sweetbriar, but it's actually a structure at 1820 Wildwood that you approved, I believe, in 2013.
So what's the orientation of that other half? Like where do they come through?
In this one right here, or in the one that's proposed?
The one that's proposed. No, the one not here. The
one that's proposed. I believe, and the architect could probably answer this better.
Okay.
I believe from reading the plan that it looks like they are entering from the rear. Do I have a point? I'm not sure if I don't have a point here, but kind of at the rear of the structure. We are concerned that the historic house be maintained to the extent possible, and so having the entrance not on the historic property but on the addition we felt was appropriate.
Sean, could you take us back to the elevation, please?
I can do it. I think do it from here.
I don't know who's working with the thing. I'm sorry.
Is this the elevation you're looking for?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The two duplexes next door, I'm assuming they're not contributing structures?
Yeah, they're non-contributing, yes.
So one side is contributing, but the other is not, according to this picture that we have in our packet. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have any photographs of the surrounding neighborhood in the presentation.
Okay, any more questions to Melissa? Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to come forward and state your name and address?
Manuel Zeitlin, architect, 1919 Linden Avenue, and so I live a few blocks from this house. And really, I'm here to answer questions. I'll have an opportunity to rebuttal any comments, I guess, in opposition. Is that correct?
I think we could allow it if you have any questions, maybe questions that come up.
Some of the neighbors have to say, but if you have any questions at this point.
And apparently you've been working with staff since our last meeting.
Right, they shared the concerns of the commission at the last meeting about the house being way too long, and we were working to try to save a tree, which unfortunately in this case doesn't get saved, but we compressed the house way up and basically tried to make it look like it was an addition to a single-family house, which seems like a reasonable approach to the guidelines. And the whole idea of putting the door on the rear of the house is the garage is in the back. You can walk into a rear door just like you would a rear door of an addition on an existing house in the neighborhood. There's a screen porch beside that door. So conceptually, it was just the idea that, if you're driving by, if you live there, you think it's a single-family house. And that seemed to be in conformance with the guidelines.
Okay,
thank you. And your rule states that the applicant has 10 minutes and may reserve rebuttal time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to the applicant right now? Okay, thank you. Open public hearing. If anyone would like to speak against the project, if you'd come forward and state your name and address. And if you're with the neighborhood association too, if you're representing.
Yes, I'm Lindsay Moffitt with Belmont Hillsborough neighborhood. Hello again. We love the fact that our neighborhood sits close to the urban core. We are fortunate to be walkably close to 3 universities and convenient to shopping, dining, and living areas along our border mixed-use transit corridors. Belmont Hillsborough neighborhood supports urban density. We support detached accessory dwelling units in our neighborhood, and we provide which provides another alternative for affordable housing for students and for working folks. We support duplexes, which offer an increased density, but always with an eye to preserving the historical character of Belmont Hillsborough. The adoption of our conservation overlay affords us that. These guidelines protect us from additions that are not in character with the neighborhood. On this duplex issue at 1507 Sweetbriar, we respectfully disagree with staff on their interpretation of our overlay guidelines. Orienting a duplex one behind the other is a non-historic orientation and not in character with our neighborhood. The Metro Historic Zoning staff states as much when reviewing the application for 1813 Blair, which was on today's consent agenda, where they state, the duplex is oriented to face Blair Boulevard. It has 2 slightly recessed doorways on the front facade. The entries have equal prominence, which is typical of historic duplexes. Yes, 1507 Sweetbriar is zoned R8, allowing for a duplex. But the R8 zoning is a blanket area zoning and does not distinguish individual differences in each parcel. That is up to you to discern. Our opinion is that some lots and historic homes just don't afford the conditions to allow a duplex that fits under our conservation overlay. For example, if my house sits 15 feet from a side lot line, under base zoning, I can build within 5 feet of that line. But because we have a conservation overlay, I must preserve the appearance of the front of my house and cannot build a 10-foot side addition that can be viewed from the street. Now, if my lot were to slope and the addition were not visible, then the addition could be allowed. I don't automatically get to build something just because it's allowed by base zoning. Conversely, base zoning requires garages to be built 20 feet from the back property line, but under our historic overlay, garages can be built 10 feet if facing the alley and 3 feet if they enter other than from the alley side. Under our conservation overlay guidelines, we concede some things and we gain others. That's how it works. Under the new duplex ordinance currently before the council, which I think was deferred last night for the third reading, duplexes will be detached and separated by a minimum of 6 feet. My understanding is that planning codes and zoning will defer to you for the decision on how to handle placement of 2 houses on one lot. If you allow this non-historic orientation of one behind the other in our neighborhood, every house with a large enough backyard would be subject to a second full-size home being built behind it. This would permanently and sadly change the historic factor of Belmont-Hillsborough. People who live in Belmont-Hillsborough do not want a neighbor 6 feet away in their backyard. At a Metro Historic Zoning Commission charrette held last month on duplexes, historic neighborhood homeowners from all over Nashville voiced disapproval of the one behind the other orientation as non-historic. Several developers were strongly promoting it. One developer even stated that when the new ordinance passes, he'll offer, and I'm quoting, every little old lady in Belmont-Hillsborough $100,000 for her backyard, and I'll build detached duplexes. I could sell 9 of them a week. Unfortunately, if you allow this non-historic orientation, Belmont-Hillsborough will be forced to look at downzoning to RS 7.5, losing both our future historically sited duplex opportunities and the detached accessory dwelling opportunity, losing out on affordable or increased urban density. So I ask on behalf of Belmont-Hillsborough neighbors and our historic neighborhood, please uphold our conservation overlay and disallow duplexes that are oriented one behind the other. The historic fabric of our neighborhood depends on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Others to speak in opposition? Remember 2 minutes and
Yes.
name and address. And Sean
Kim
will help.
Sabatini, 1504 Sweetbriar Avenue. The picture you had from the back facing forward, you actually got to see my property facing you. I'm going to make it quick because Lindsay touched on most of the points that I wanted to address, but I'm not here to vilify contemporary triplexes or duplexes. That's not the purpose for me to be here. The purpose is to make sure we're putting them in the right places, in the right context. And as soon as I saw that picture for the first, I've actually seen that for the first time, the scale of it frightened me, just from a scale perspective. And the lot is very narrow, but it's very long. I don't know what happened to this property in the past. I have a feeling, and I could be wrong, that the alleyways in the back were removed and the lot shared. I don't know. But obviously the fact that this has got no alleyway in the back, I'm wondering if a jumbo can actually land on that driveway. It looks like it could. It's incredibly long. My concern for my neighbors is I have an issue, is watershed. I have an issue because I'm going to have lights coming up. Could be 3, could be 6, could be 8 lights from cars. I don't know how many cars you could get in there with 3 structures. But to me, it's all about, does the context of this building fit the property? And to me, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. It's such an historic area. We need to make sure we're putting the right properties in the right area. That doesn't mean to say that this wouldn't work on another lot or in another context, but for me right now, it just doesn't look like it fits. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Gwen Reynolds. I live at 1505 Sweetbriar. I am the next door neighbor who you have not seen on any of these plans. You can see where my house is. It is true our lots are very long, but they're also very narrow. Let's see. Like the other neighbors of Sweetbriar you've heard from, I want to urge you to deny approval of this project. Again, in keeping with what you've already heard, we don't feel that it is part of the historical. We don't feel that it fits with the character of our neighborhood. My husband has actually described all these concerns to you in a letter that you should have gotten from Ms. Ziegler this morning. You should have also gotten letters from Andy and Rachel Radville, who live at 1511 Sweetbriar. You should have gotten a letter from Annie Nielsen, who lives at 1514 Sweetbriar. You should have also got a letter from Kay Wist, who lives in the 1400 block of Sweetbriar, all voicing their concerns on this project not fitting with the character of our neighborhood. Our little zone is single-family homes, except for the duplex next door to that, and there's one other duplex. But everyone else is just families with kids, and we moved to this neighborhood 3 years ago because that's what we wanted, and I just don't feel that it's in keeping with what we've got into. So we're just asking you to deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brett Withers. I live at 1113 Granada Avenue in the Eastwood neighborhood over in East Nashville, and I'm returning to you to speak again on this one just like I did the last time. Part of what piqued my interest in reviewing the dockets last time was that the precedence issue that this original application raised, and is still raised, I believe, of putting a house behind a house. This body has made decisions on this question various ways in the past, and I want to encourage you to consider the neighborhood opposition that arose out of some precedents that were set of a house behind a house designs in the past that brought a lot of public outcry in East Nashville for an application at 1419 Holly, which was a house behind a house, sort of similar to this, and the commission agreed with the neighborhood in that instance that was not a historic design. And I'm asking you to, again, hold that to be true. I think this application is much, much improved over the last one last month. It's definitely not as egregious, but it's still very, very evident that this is a house behind a house with a small connector. It's essentially an umbilical cord duplex turned sideways. That is not what our historic neighborhoods want. Typically, culturally, the way we describe duplexes in historic neighborhoods is that they look like one house. Even though from the street this would pretty much look like one house, the reality is it doesn't look like one house. And that is a bad precedent, again, to set for all of our R-zoned historic districts, that we would have a full house behind a house connected by a small connector. Within our zoning, you have a mechanism in place to allow a detached dwelling, which is the detached accessory dwelling unit. And I would submit that would be a much more appropriate way for a person to have a second residence on a lot such as this for a smaller contributing house that does not accommodate a large addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there anyone who would like to speak for this project, if you'd come forward?
Can I ask Ms. Moffitt a question? Could you come help me find a section in the guideline that prohibits this, or that's like black and white that says this can't be done, or that you're not doing it right?
I think one's the character of the neighborhood, and then also orientation. Our houses, the duplexes that we do have are historically oriented. They're side-by-side entrances, either one entrance into a vestibule, which divides into a duplex, or two separate front entrances facing the street. The fact that this entrance for the second duplex doesn't face the street is problematic.
So orientation and
character, the fabric of the neighborhood. It doesn't.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, would the applicant like to have any other rebuttal?
Sure. In regard to that last comment, where in the guidelines does it talk about orientation of a duplex to the street? I think the biggest problem with this whole discussion is a misunderstanding of what a form-based code is and what a use-based code is, and the residents are having an issue with a use space which is allowed by the zoning code. It has nothing to do with historical precedent, historical law, historical overlay zoning. Those are purely form-based codes. If you took the logic of what they're saying, then I guess, do we pull the museum out of the Frisk Center? Because it was designed as a post office in the 1940s. It wasn't designed to hold a museum. Do we take Pinewood Social out of the trolley barns and Emma out of the trolley barns? Because those were designed as utilitarian maintenance buildings. They weren't designed for restaurants. Do we take condos out of historic buildings? They're talking about a very specific use, that certain neighbors, not all neighbors in this neighborhood, have a problem with, but it totally, there's nothing in the Secretary of Interior Standards for Historic Preservation that addresses use. It totally talks about form. You talked about the building not relating to the character of the neighborhood, but if you look at the design guidelines, they're very specific about how you relate to the character of the neighborhood, and we were very careful that we addressed all those items and fit within the requirements to comply with the character. But it's character of form, scale, materiality. It's not character of use. If a restaurant was zoned, use was allowed in this neighborhood, like it is on Belmont and 12 South, you could put a restaurant in an historic house. Bongo Java was an historic house. PM, those are all historic houses that now have restaurants in them. Using this argument would say, no, you can't put a restaurant in those historic houses because that's not true to the use that it was built for. That's not the character of a historic house. So anyway, I think I'm going on about that a little bit because I think that's a really important thing. And we had this discussion over and over at the commission meetings about whether a duplex should be side by side or front to back. And my argument is that a side by side duplex with two front doors facing the street is not contextually appropriate in most of this neighborhood because yes, there may be some that exist, but on most streets you don't see houses with two front doors on them. I think it's really important to respect the form, scale, massing of the neighborhood and not get caught up in the idea of uses.
Thanks, Manuel.
Any questions from you guys?
Yeah, any questions back for
What about the driveway and the length? So your new driveway is going from the street all the way back to the accessory building, and it's going down the side, and that's how somebody would enter the duplex.
And that's what our original design had the garages, two single car garages, based on discussion with staff earlier on, much closer to the back of the house, specifically for that reason. So we left a large yard in the back. That was not supported, and so this was sort of going back. What does the guideline allow? I don't have any problem. The driveway is only about 10 feet wide. It can't really get any wider because of the space. And I don't think the 700, 800 square foot issue on the outbuilding is not really, and not important. If you want us to come back to 700 square feet, that's fine. I don't think we really realized that was an issue based on conversation with staff. You can kind of see we've added 4 trees along the side to block the view of the duplex to the west of there. We could, if there's room, we could plant trees along the east side also to help screen it. But I'm just not sure there's much more you can do to fit the guidelines and be able to build what's allowed.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, close public hearing. Discussion?
I think this is a particularly tough one because in my mind, one house literally behind another house is not what the guidelines contemplated. They're not, in my opinion, set up very well to address it. It seems to give the neighborhood a lot of angst, and as Mr. Withers said, there's some precedent issues that this is something we really haven't approved before. If we have, it's been once, and there is some similarity to an umbilical duplex on a corner lot just straightened. But I think generally it's very, very close to complying with the guidelines because they're just not set up to, like I said, address this. But I do think there's still some guidance in the guidelines that is relevant, perhaps. And I look at section for additions 2D that talks about contemporary designs for additions, and I think you could interpret a house behind a house because from the side elevations it reads that way. And when such a design, it needs to be, it's not discouraged, except it needs to be compatible, but not contrasting greatly in terms of size, scale, color, material, and character. I think character is one thing to focus on, that you're not going to find another example of a house behind a house in this historic district, or probably any, that, at least that I'm aware of. And then the last one, 2F, talks about how additions should follow guidelines for new construction, and then in subsection F about orientation, we do have some language about one front street related porch that is accessible from the front street. It talks about new buildings, and I don't know whether the addition is considered a new building or whether that's really not meant to apply. I'm not sure, but those are some of the things that I'm trying to consider and try to figure out how to apply the guidelines to, again, something I don't think the guidelines had in mind to address when they were originally drafted.
The reason the guidelines don't address a house behind a house because that is strictly a use issue. If we didn't have a floor plan of this, we would be talking about this as an addition, which is what our guidelines.
But it looks like a house behind a house. I mean, it looks like two houses connected with a porch.
Well, if you read additions, it says generally an addition should be situated at the rear of a building in such a way that it will not disturb either front or side facades. To distinguish between the historic structure and an addition, it is desirable to set the addition in from the building side wall, or for the addition to have a different cladding. And we, as you know, we've accepted the sort of the inset before they come back out on additions. So this, there's a precedent for this being acceptable. And I think, I'm not sure I can imagine another way to do a house, a duplex on this lot, and
Certainly not a more appropriate way.
or a more appropriate way. I think if you put a house beside a house, then you're going to add a door to the front of this historic home, which would probably be discouraged by this commission.
That'd be worse.
So, I'm just not sure the house behind the house is really something that's even within our, something we need to be.
I don't think it's just a use issue, though. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I do agree that it complies with all the guidelines about, we set in 1 or 2 feet, and then it can step back out. But if I have this side elevation in front of me, and all I need to do is put my finger on the porch, and I'm looking at 2 houses. I mean, it's not that there's an addition coming back out the house, because we see some of that, and sometimes that isn't great either. It starts to look like the broadside of a barn. But this really is, it reads to me from the side elevation, which is naturally less relevant than the front in a lot of ways. But all I have to do is put my finger over the porch and it's 2 houses.
Well, you could argue that preserves as much of the historic home.
Oh yeah, I agree. There's a ton of benefit to it. I'm not disagreeing at all. I think this is as close as you could possibly get to complying with the guidelines. I think it's masterful, but I think it's also a really dangerous precedent, and I don't think it's something that the guidelines contemplated, and maybe it's something that requires the guidelines to be amended to specifically address one way or the other whether people want this, but it's not really in front of us because use is not in front of us, but if something like this just encourages downzoning, that's the last thing the city wants. So I think it's a tough one.
I agree with staff as well as the architect and Aaron and Hunter.
Can I get in there?
I love everybody. My concern here is, as far as the neighborhood goes, is how this house still addresses the street. I don't think this detracts from the historic nature of the neighborhood from the street and the urbanism that exists there. I think the applicant and architect have done a wonderful job at this, and I agree with staff.
I think it is, as has been, as Aaron said, masterfully designed. However, the character of the neighborhood, if every one of those lots along that street start doing that, and it's going to change the neighborhood totally. And I think that changes the historic nature of the neighborhood.
So the orientation as well, I think, concerns me in that how does it address the front side of the street? It's very masterful, absolutely, and it's a difficult decision. But again, orientation and the precedents that this sets for the neighborhood and how the intent was for the overlay is my concern as well.
I don't, I sympathize with how this pattern of use affects in-town neighborhoods. Notice that I said use. Were this not a R8 lot and use weren't a part of the discussion, we've already sent the applicant back to the drawing board, for doing exactly, I think, what was hinted to, which was kind of connecting this and being a more expected solution that was more directly connected. I think, you've got a second-story balcony sort of porch here as a completing the ability to meet all the constraints that go towards a use issue, which is a two-family home in this neighborhood, in an in-town neighborhood. And I think as much as you may not want to divorce use from the guidelines, and I think as the architect pointed out, this is a form issue, and use is just not part of it. And I think of and look at other projects numerous other projects that we've designed, and as I look at this side elevation, whether I like the fact that two-family homes are some designed better than others are becoming the norm in-town neighborhoods is not part of the consideration in terms of the guidelines. And as I see orientation written in the guidelines, check, this house fronts the street, has a porch and a door that faces the street. The fact that there's another door creating use out of the back to allow a second occupant is in fact a zoning issue, and maybe the right argument if you want to preserve single-family homes in in-town historic neighborhoods. I don't disagree with that argument necessarily. If you want to say that's a good argument, maybe. Wrong forum, wrong tool. That's my opinion on this issue, and I've had that discussion with council members and others in that we're put in a difficult situation to be the saving grace to disallow what amounts to a use issue. And I don't enjoy being in that position at all because it puts you in opposition to people that work hard to preserve neighborhoods and that have significant investment in them. But again, I've gone on long enough. I think to bring a use issue to this is and have it sway what our guidelines speak more to on a form basis is something I'm doing my best to discount.
I keep thinking if this were just an addition to a single-family home, I wonder if we would even be having this conversation. And like Aaron and Ben have stated, use is not under our guise to deliberate.
I agree mostly, but I think that there's a strong argument that can be made that that the new building should incorporate at least one front street-related porch. And that is a new building. That's what it is. We can dance around it or not dance around it. It's a new building. And that's where I think the opponents can have some support. The stuff we approve, the additions don't have a rear porch with two entrances in the back of it. They have an entrance in the front and they have a garage in the back. They don't have two new entrances in the back or on the side.
Go ahead.
Accepting that argument, are we then only allowing this applicant by use of historic guidelines to be able to put an addition on a single-family home, and is that a legal position upon which we can stand, or that Metro can defend?
I don't know. That's a very good question.
And I would, I guess, ask legal counsel that under our guidelines, is this considered an addition or a new building, or both?
I would have to defer to staff on that one.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
We reviewed it as an addition.
Then I would maintain that it is an addition, and I would also maintain that the intent of the orientation of new buildings' front facade shall be visually consistent with surrounding historic buildings, and should be oriented that way, is to preserve the idea that structures in this neighborhood front the street. This structure, this building, fronts the street. And and is clearly under item number 2 an addition to an existing contributing home.
Yeah.
And are we saying we can't put back porches on homes? Because regardless of use here, that back porch is all we're really talking about, right?
I think a way to differentiate it in my mind, or someone's mind, is that there's a difference between a main entrance and a rear entrance. And a main entrance to the house, per our regulations, should be on the street. The main entrance to this addition, correct, is on the rear. The main entrance to the house, the existing house, is in the front. The main entrance to this addition, even if you want to call it addition, is on the rear. You cannot get to this addition in the front.
The main entrance to my addition on my home is on the rear.
But you can reach the rest of your home, can't you, through it? It's not.
But we don't review interior floor plans. I don't
But it still
understand.
defines what the front entrance is to that particular space, I guess.
But this particular addition is subsidiary to the main house and does not even address the street.
Well, the guidelines don't say that the front door has to address the street. What the guidelines say is the orientation of a new building's front facade. What is this new building's front facade? If it is in fact a new building and not an addition,
I'm not sure
the front facade is the street. Well, if the architect needs to put a house off the deck, it's facing the front street. I mean, you're getting into a semantic discussion there. I think that would meet to the letter. Now, would it meet intent? That certainly would meet the letter. If this were a new building and there's a porch separating them, you just put a set of steps up the porch, and it is oriented towards the street or the front facade, particular to the language in the guideline. The front facade would be the one facing the street, or is it the one facing where the cars come in? I think that you could meet that orientation guideline and it not have a front door on the street.
Well,
I don't agree that a new building should have anything but a door on the front street. I'm not sure that that argument is applicable here.
And a new front, an entrance on this addition that fronts the street would violate several of our other guidelines. I don't know how you could possibly put an entrance on this addition that doesn't.
I mean, is it possible that not every house can be made into a duplex, and we have dadus, so there is an option for a two-family use? I mean, I don't think every property naturally receives any type of one or two family configuration you can come up with just because the base zoning allows it. I mean, if you would say, and I'm not taking this position, but I'm sort of thinking out loud, if you say you look at this and you can't turn this house into a duplex because you can't add a second front door, because that would clearly violate the guidelines against modifications to the facade. What if you just can't turn it into a duplex, but there's a good, but you have the dadu, so they still have an opportunity for a two-family use. They just can't have a duplex the way they want it because they're not able to take advantage of the traditional duplex that's side by side. I think there's an argument there that maybe we need to back up from the assumption that you're entitled to the biggest duplex you can get.
So with that, accepting that as a principle, would we accept an addition that looks like this on the back of this house? And so you'd have a much larger single-family home and a dadu in the rear bigger than what's shown, up to, I don't know what the maximum would be, but the 1,200 square feet. Is that acceptable? And then how different is that than what we're looking at?
Well, I would say no, only because not necessarily, I think the scale is, and the massing is pushed it as far as you can push it. But for me, it's not so much that, the size of the addition, as it is this connector that is, in my mind, no different than an umbilical cord. It's serving the exact same function, and I don't think the commission could have been more clear in 2013, I think it was, that the umbilical is just not consistent with the guidelines. And so I think you could have a very big addition on the back of this home for a single family use and then a dadu, or you could figure out how to do it side by side, but I'm not sure how that would work. But my point remains, and you're not telling them they can't have a two-family use that they're allowed and entitled to under the base zoning. You're just saying how. Saying in this particular instance, there isn't enough room for you to do a duplex in the traditional manner. And so fortunately, you have the opportunity to do a dadu.
So
that's an argument.
Perhaps, but I think I've heard a number of commissioners state that you can't get any closer to meeting the guidelines. And I've also heard, or I think I've heard implications that if that umbilical cord was connected and it was a single house, then this would meet our guidelines.
I don't agree with that. The umbilical thing is an option.
Well, but would it? I mean, why wouldn't this meet our guidelines if that was just a room that connected a single house? We have additions all over Nashville that this actually is, our guidelines define this as the best solution to set back the addition from the outside walls, and then we have regularly allowed the addition to come back out to distinguish the four corners of the existing historic home, to minimize, if the addition were ever removed, to minimize the disruption to the existing historic home.
No, I agree with all that. I think the issue for me is that it's a porch, that it's not just stepped in a foot or two, and that it reads like a breezeway and looks like an umbilical cord. And by having that kind of arrangement, the side elevations, to me, are perceived as two separate homes. And that's the issue. And that's why it looks like an umbilical cord. And that's the issue, not that it's not a use issue necessarily. It's just, it looks like an umbilical duplex, which I think we clearly said you can't do.
So if
It just isn't on a corner. If it was on a corner and this was exposed, it would be an umbilical duplex.
So if the connector had like a gabled roof connecting the two, like many additions that we've seen,
I think it needs to be more substantial, and then I think that argument starts to go away. But right now, it looks like an umbilical duplex to me.
Well, I think we've got our opinions flushed out on this one.
Unless somebody else wants to say anything.
Well, yeah, I was waiting actually, but just because I struggled with this as well last time. I even felt like not every kind of the site issue that Aaron brought up, but not every site is for duplex, and I really had strongly felt this was one of those situations. But I think when you just look straight at the guidelines and the base zoning, it is hard to really have a good argument not to. I don't feel that it really is the right place for a duplex, but it's not the use, and that is my concern with it, I'll be honest with you. So I really, based on the guidelines, and I think they did do a good job at it, and I don't feel like every site is right for a duplex, but I think based on the zoning and how they accomplished it, that it does read. And I guess the telling thing was if it was an addition, I feel we would be past it. So anyway, I just wanted to make that comment. That being said, do I have a motion?
I move to approve and along with staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so let me get hands here of all for. And I'll say for. All against? Okay, so we have a how do we do that when we're evens?
What's the vote?
4-4.
You don't vote yet.
You don't vote unless it is a tie.
Oh, okay.
And it'll take 4 concurring votes of whatever the motion was for the motion to pass.
But then motion
But I couldn't tell who voted what way.
Well, I got it. But motion. Okay. Sorry about that. Thanks for the clarification. Okay. All in favor, please by raising your hand say aye. Or just raise your hand. That's fine. Make your hand say aye. All opposed? Okay. So 4 opposed, 3. So motion denied.
Now we have to click on that approve.
Correct. The motion to approve fails.
Right.
So now there has to be another motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to disapprove the project based on the connection appearing too similar to the umbilical duplexes that have previously been disapproved, and more specifically with under section 2B2 subsection D and F, that the design is incompatible and contrasts greatly with the character of the neighborhood. And with respect to F, that because the additions should follow the guidelines for new construction, I think the orientation specifically with the connector and the entrances also violate section 2BF.
Okay. Have a motion? Have a second? Sure.
I think we've got to be real careful that we have stated essentially, and I think there's probably examples, dozens and dozens of examples of additions to homes that have nearly an identical footprint, massing, and so on. And I think we're, because duplex and because umbilical cords are perceived as negative for certain reasons among many, and because we've seen some really bad examples of both, that we're allowing the duplex issue and the use issue to lead us toward this motion. And I just, have a real hard time when we've approved other additions that are bigger than this, that stick out behind the house, beyond, that are taller than this, that have more square footage or bigger footprint. That, there's so many other, this meets our guidelines so specifically. If you strictly take away the use issue, which we have to do, that I just can't, I just want to make sure that it's clear what we're doing with this motion if we approve it.
Okay. But my motion, to be clear, was not based on scale or massing or any of those issues at all.
Yeah.
It has to do with the umbilical and minimal nature of the attachment.
Umbilical is tied to use, though.
Well, let's just go on and.
There's a motion on the floor. There is no second on the motion.
Yeah, did we get a second?
There was no second on the motion.
Okay, so.
Maybe umbilical is the wrong term because it has connotations that are attached to duplex, which are naturally attached to use. Fair point. But what I'm trying to get at is the minimal nature of it, and that's something that's already been disapproved in a number of other instances.
Well, let's just go on and take us to.
Might I request that we recognize the applicant?
Can I do that again after? I can do it if I want to.
Board's discretion.
Okay.
The chair's discretion.
The chair's discretion. Okay, well.
Just to maybe offer a compromise to Aaron's concern, because I'm in the same place Hunter's at. I don't know how to come back and do an addition on a house, on a single-family house in a conservation overlay zone anymore if you take this position, because you're saying you can't do an addition on a single-family house that steps in a few feet that looks like the house is attaching to. I mean, you're basically saying that what you said, that most of the additions you've approved really shouldn't have been approved. So if your concern is that it steps in too far, that it's got a flat roof on it, maybe there's a way to do a motion that says, we're happy to bring that addition out so it steps in just 2 feet, so it has a gable connection and solves that issue that it doesn't look like a separate, two separate pieces. That might be a simple solution to your concern.
Well, I'll say that. I support Aaron's motion because I go back to, I think it's a new building, and I struggle with the orientation of the facade and the placement of the entrances relative to the street. That's my biggest concern.
So if this were a single family house, would you have the same concern?
That's not what I'm saying.
Would that?
There are 2 new entrances in the back. It's oriented to the back.
But if I build an addition on my house,
I interpret it as a new addition. As a new building.
But you've approved, and there again, what Hunter said. If I'm coming in, I'm showing you, presenting to the commission an addition to a single family house that has a screen porch and a back porch on it that's got a door facing the garage. Would you be even asking that question?
Because I would interpret that as a front entrance. I would interpret that basically as a rear entrance to an addition. You've got 2 new front entrances to that building. Correct? You've got 2 new front entrances to that building.
But the intent of that front entrance of a new building is that it's an infill building on a blank empty lot along a street, so you want to keep the front door pattern of the street. That's why that is in there. It's not dealing with where somebody comes into their house. It's form-based. It's not use-based. You're maintaining the form.
I think that's how we kind of differ on how we look at that building. That's all.
I tell you, we probably have talked through this. I don't know if anyone else has a change, but otherwise, if so, unless you have a different thought. Let's just go ahead and put it to a vote.
I do
Just
have
in
another thought.
Just respect to everybody and the other people that are waiting to. Okay,
I'm going to make a motion to amend the motion.
a motion to amend the motion, okay.
That the connector between the house, or add a condition, or no, wait, the motion is to disapprove, right?
The motion is to disapprove, but it was on two bases. One was the minimal connection, and the other was the orientation issue that Richard just expressed. The latter of which I don't think can be solved by working it out here with discussions of the connection.
I don't think we can amend it to approve it under it, so.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
We should just take it to a vote now. Okay, so we have a motion to disapprove. Aaron put the different things. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, could you raise your hands? 1, 2, 3. Okay, all opposed?
Well,
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
I haven't voted. I agree with Aaron.
I need a vote, just either way.
Well, she could,
Unless you can abstain.
is it 3-3 with your abstention?
Yeah.
Then you've got to vote as the chair.
So are you abstaining
I
now?
can.
Yeah, you could, I mean, she voted
I
to
agree with him,
abstain.
but I also agree with Hunter in that is that we've got to be able to stand by this. I mean,
So are you abstaining?
I'll abstain.
Might you clarify her options, which are
I think-
A, to abstain, which would then the chair would vote, B would be, what her other options are, and I won't say what they are.
I don't
Okay,
think that's it.
you could vote for the motion, or you could vote against the motion.
Right.
Or you could abstain, and in the event of an abstention, then the motion will not have the requisite 4 votes. That will trigger the requirement that the chair would vote, breaking the tie, or giving and it's really not the tie at that point, it's really to give 4 votes if he votes in favor of the motion. If he votes against the motion, then you got to start over.
Well, I will vote. I will vote against the motion, and it's simply, I don't agree with it, but I do know that if this were an addition to a single-family home, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this, and I hate it.
Okay,
But-
motion fails. All right.
I'd like to make a motion to approve staff recommendation with an additional condition that the roof over the connector between the old house and the addition is a gabled roof to give the appearance of a single structure.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? Are you voting as well, Aaron?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all opposed? 2. Okay, motion carries. 1308 6th Avenue North. Oh, is that the right one, Robin?
Yeah, that was what.
Okay.
No. Somebody said that. That was saying that it would be better to do that instead of this. No. Am I ready?
Change the zoning.
Go ahead.
Okay. At 1308 6th Avenue North, we have an application to construct an addition to an historic house. The house is contributing, as I said, it's 1-story brick transitional Victorian with a hipped roof and a gabled front porch. There's also a small projecting gable on the right side. The proposed addition there's a shot from the rear. The proposed addition would be essentially be 2 stories tall at the rear of the house, and it would not impact the front or sides. I would set in with a little alcove on both sides of the addition. And in reviewing the application, staff found that this location at the rear and the width of the massing of the addition on the first story, and as well as the materials and the proportion of rhythm of windows all meet the Germantown design guidelines. Staff, however, found that the second-story component of the addition, although it is set back behind the original structure, in its current configuration would not be compatible. It can be appropriate for an addition to be taller than a historic house in some situations, but in general, the taller and visible portion of the addition should be accomplished through roof, perhaps by dormers, but not through vertical walls. This addition is something similar to an airplane dormer in that it pops up walls and all from within the roof form, and as such would be very visible from the front and also from obliquely on the right and left. Were the original house original roof a side gable, an addition just like this one might be there would be much more existing structure obscuring the house, or obscuring the addition. But because it is a hipped roof, this addition would be much more visible. And as such, staff did not find it to be sufficiently subordinate to the historic house. Staff recommends, again, finding the materials and proportion, rhythm of windows, et cetera, and location at the rear to meet the design guidelines. Staff recommends approval of the proposed addition with conditions that the height and massing of the upper story be significantly reduced, or if not, a way to eliminate it altogether. Staff shall approve the windows and doors as well as roof color and masonry samples. Any repairs or alterations to the existing structure, which would include replacing windows, should be reviewed by staff, and that any changes to the site appurtenances and utilities are also reviewed by staff because it's a preservation overlay that includes fences. In meeting those conditions, staff finds that this proposal would meet the design guidelines for the Germantown preservation overlay.
Thank you. Any questions to Sean? All right. Thank you, Sean.
The applicant is here. I'm sure they'll want to speak.
Would like to come forward and speak?
My name is Scott Wilson. I'm an architect working with the links on this project, and I have some additional images I'd like to share that I think illustrate what we're doing a little more realistically than the images we have. We started working on this project back in December, and from the onset, we're in contact with the Historic Commission staff, talking about our options, what we wanted to do, getting feedback from them, and thought we were all on the same page in designing something everybody was comfortable with until about 2 weeks ago. We got a call back. Actually, at one point, we got a call back when we first submitted with response to try to make this addition a little bit smaller. We did, responded back, and then got a call back about a week and a half ago informing us that the staff was no longer in support of what we were doing. So I had a conversation, met with Tim Walker, discussed what we were doing, how we came about it, and Tim's kind of looked at me and just said, I think we might be just as well to go take it to the board as it is, and let's let you guys take a look at it, and let's talk about it. And part of that came out of the conversation on how we came up with the design, which is in the packet I've given you. The first sheet, just for convenience again, is the site plan. The existing home is remarkably intact from when it was originally built. It has, unfortunately, only one bedroom and one bathroom. The bathroom has been remodeled, so there's nothing historically significant about that. just about everything else in the house is original. The second page that we have, I've gone back and taken several photographs. Just about every room in the house has a fireplace with an original mantle in it. The tile looks to be original. If it's been replaced, it's something very appropriate. The columns and the cabinetry millwork in the foyer at the front are original. There's even some of the pictures of the door at the back. We have a transom with really unique hardware that opens and shuts it. It's an unusual case in that the interior of this house is so original. We felt it very important to preserve that because we don't very often get that opportunity. Having said that, if we want to add enough to make this house a usable, functional house in today's lifestyles and the way we live today, we really need a 3-bedroom house and at least 2 bathrooms in here. So our options are to expand the footprint or go up as we proposed, or gut the house and reconfigure the interior. We felt to gut the house and reconfigure the interior was really going to be a missed opportunity to preserve something that we don't get the opportunity to preserve very often. So we ruled that option out. So it goes back to, do we expand the footprint or go up? Expanding the footprint, we feel like is a real compromise to the property and the feeling of the neighborhood, in the sense that at some point in time it's realistic to expect somebody to want to put a garage or a carport on. When we looked at what space would be required to do that, and then adding an additional bedroom and bathroom downstairs to that, we basically fill the property up and we're going to get just like a 10 by 14, 10 by 12, some kind of a porch or outdoor space is really all we have left over on the site. So that's when we made the decision the most responsible approach for this house is to go up. The house as it exists has an attic with a dormer, and you could almost make that work, but just not quite because of the peak. You get a room that's about 8 feet wide at best and just really doesn't function. So we're really wrestling with how do we make this a functional, usable home? And the solution we came up with was, let's go 2 stories, let's make it the back, and let's make it as compatible as we can, and let's explore that and see what that looks like. We went through several different design options, from contemporary to the traditional image that you see, and felt like the traditional image was the one that really complemented the house, worked with it the best, and was the most sensitive to the original design. The elevation views that you see them straight on, I think we're all pretty much aware that it's a 2-dimensional view that in reality you almost never see. We included some perspective views. I don't know if I saw those in the package that came up here in black and white, to try to give an idea of how impactful that was from the street. And we've gone back and done a couple of things at the last 3 pages in the packet that you have. I'd like you to turn and look at those. The big image on there are images we got offline from Google Earth, which is from a car driving on the street with camera elevated. It looks like probably 8 or 10 feet above grade, so it's not a realistic view from how any of us walking down the street would see it. So I think it's actually shows a more exaggerated version of the addition than you would really see from a human perspective walking or driving down the street. The addition is illustrated in white to make it stand out. If this was in the same color, which we're proposing to be, as the original house, I don't think that anybody would actually notice this. The Google Earth pictures, again, in addition to being at a perspective you would not ever see unless you're riding on top of a double-decker bus, are also taken in the wintertime. The little pictures on the inset are pictures we've taken recently with the trees in full foliage, and I don't think you would see anything of the addition from the street, from either the right or the left side of the home at this time of the year. So I guess I'm here to plead the case for preserving the house to the point we can. I understand that the opinion that the massing is maybe not subservient to the addition. I get that. I understand it. I don't see that in your guidelines anywhere that's a criteria. We talk a lot about massing and materials, but there's nothing in the guidelines that I found that said it has to be subservient. I get the concept. and basically in agreement with the concept. We don't want the tail wagging the dog. I understand that. I feel like in this case, we've made a very exhaustive study on what the right approach is to make this a practical, functional home, and have come up with a good solution. And at the end of our conversation, Tim Walker actually confided in me that everybody there thought this actually was a really great design and loved it, and were just, I guess, disappointed they couldn't support it because they felt it was not as subservient. So I've kind of walked through what our challenges were, how we faced them, and why we think this is a good solution. And I'll stop for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions to the architect? Okay, thank you, Scott. We may call you back if we have any other questions. Okay, open public hearing. Anyone that would like to speak against this project, please come forward and state your name and address. Anyone that'd like to speak for the project? Okay, seeing none, close public hearing. Discussion?
I have a question for staff. Is it 60 feet when a side, I don't want to say a side addition, but when is it that coming out beyond the existing extents of the house is appropriate or permitted on a lot width?
Yes, the guidelines for most districts in Germantown's different, so I apologize if I'm getting it wrong for this specific one. But in general, our guidelines say it can be appropriate to add a side addition when a lot is 60 feet wide or greater than the average lot width for the area. Although sometimes we interpret that, or don't interpret it differently, but it is a different situation sometimes when you have an addition that is wider, because it's not actually an addition to the historic house. Yep.
In this case, staff being relatively familiar with the lots in Germantown, this lot seems wider than most. I think most Germantown lots average between as little as 20, and many more are in the 30 to 40 range, maybe a little bit closer to 40, but 50 certainly seems wide in the neighborhood. Granted, it's not homogeneous. Germantown, if anything, is not homogeneous in that there are large homes on large lots and small homes on small lots, and then everywhere in between.
Well, you're right that there's a great diversity in lot width throughout Germantown. Although on this block of 6th, I think it's a little bit more uniform than other parts. Ratterman's Row obviously is very narrow. This is a little bit more consistent. It's the block between Monroe and Worthen Mills. It's pretty uniform. Yeah, relatively.
Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion or have a motion? Yeah, we closed public hearing already. Have a motion?
I would, before we move on, I do have some more discussion on this one. As perhaps as misleading sometimes as elevations can be, I do, in this case, certainly is a considered solution. There's no doubt about it, and to hear that the investment that both the applicant and the architect have taken in it is not, my comments notwithstanding, that's very evident. I think because of the roof form of this house and the hipped roof, we've seen other situations. Each one is individual and unique, but we've seen other situations where if you're taking 2 stories and putting it on what amounts to a 1.5 story house, it tends to be problematic, and I think this is no exception. Despite the skill with which it's been designed, and I think from the street, it still seems evident to me that it will be 2 stories on a 1.5 story hip style roof, and I'm personally having a hard time getting comfortable with that and that it not contrast, that the addition not contrast and roof form not contrast greatly. It really not, the roof forms are similar in that there are hips, and I think that was a purposeful design element, that there are hips that complement the hip on the house. It really is that vertical wall penetrating the roof line that causes me some trouble.
On the staff recommendations, you're saying you agree that the height and massing on the upper story be reduced or significantly reduced? Okay.
I tend to agree with Ben. I think we've seen so many of these in the past, it's just hard to pick this one out, and even though he's done a very good job, to say, what kind of disregard what we've done in the past. So I tend to agree.
I think it is noteworthy to point out that many of our historic districts have the same guidelines, generally. They're sort of duplicates of others. German towns are pretty distinctly different, and I think there's a number of reasons for that, but I think Germantown is unique in a number of ways in that it has more smaller lots than most of our historic neighborhoods, more older homes, a mix of very large, sort of big historic estate type homes, and then even some cottage shotgun homes that take up almost the entire depth of the lot. And we don't hear the same kind of opposition from the community to bigger footprints, bigger additions, more density, duplexes. I don't think we hear that as much in Germantown. We've experienced that with new projects going up in Germantown too. So I think there's a different expectation in terms of what these guidelines, are intended to do. And so I go back to the guidelines and look at things like under additions says, guidelines apply only to the exteriors. Public facades shall be more carefully reviewed than non-public facades. So that's one thing. I go on down and, additions should not obscure or contribute to the loss of historic character defining features. Additions to existing historic buildings shall be compatible in scale, material, and texture. Additions shall be visually compatible by not contrasting greatly with the existing historic buildings. Scale, I guess, might be the one thing that we could discuss, but you go on down through here, and I think the project has really met the guidelines. And I think the point about adding on, taking that, and not that they're by right allowed to have as much addition as they want necessarily, but the point about preserving some backyard and putting that other bedroom up on a second floor so far back away from the street, barely visible, if visible at all, from the street. And I think it's a very compatible and contextual design. So I guss that leads to my question, sorry, to staff. Could you repeat which of the specific guidelines is it that you feel like it violates, that leads to condition number 1? Well, and again, I want to add to that often we're looking at very specifically, are we 3 feet, we've never allowed over 3 feet, and I don't know if that's the case in Germantown or not. I mean, maybe the staff could address, is Germantown necessarily different than others, or should we be thinking about some of these things differently than any other historic district?
I apologize. I don't have a staff recommendation with me, so I can't tell you exactly.
I stole her copy, so I'll try to answer that. And actually, I was the project lead, so I'm the person. So the specific guidelines that we found that it did not meet were 2.2.3, which is massing and scale, new construction, size of building, and of course additions also must meet the guidelines for new construction. mass in relation to open spaces, windows, door openings, and porches should be visually compatible with surrounding buildings. Also, that the visual mass of the building shall be at or near the same at setback as buildings on adjacent sites. 4.22, 2.2.
I'm sorry, Sean, you lost me. You started with I was trying to follow you. You started with under new construction within historic context.
Yes. Well, and then also, yeah, that's new construction within historic context. Perhaps the better one to reference is for additions, which is guideline 4.0 additions, and under 4.2.2, additions to historic buildings shall be compatible in scale, materials, and textures. That's the one that you actually read. Visually compatible by not contrasting greatly with the existing historic building. And it was staff's finding that this addition did contrast to an extent that it was not compatible.
I see. Okay.
Okay, any more discussion? All right. You got a motion out there?
I'll move approval with staff's recommendation. Shuns, items 1 through 4.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. I guess, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. A motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion carries with staff recommendations.
Excuse me, I was told I have an opportunity to make a vote on my wife. Do that? So you just voted, so.
From our commission.
I'm sorry?
Under Robert's rules, you can rescind an action of the board at the same meeting, right after the action, or at least within the same meeting. That's the only option that I know is available at this point.
Well,
And it would take a motion.
typically the rebuttal I have is at the end of public hearing. The rebuttal is to the people in the public hearing, not to our discussion.
That's correct.
That's how it.
You did come out and have that opportunity, and that opportunity was not presented to you.
Yeah, it's actually a public hearing. The public hearing part, the rebuttal is toward.
I'm going to defer to you to say, you told me I'd have the opportunity to provide, I said that like, you say.
Well, actually, I'd say we might.
Let me know, it's time to say.
Actually, we might say we would have given more questions, but I'll give you an opportunity to come up, but I'm not sure. Let's just.
I can clarify that a little bit. As you said, the rebuttal is an opportunity to rebut public comment, not to rebut the commission's deliberation.
Okay, thank you. That's better said. Okay, now on to new business, 3618 Westbrook Avenue.
You may remember this address. We heard a similar application at this address last month, and at 3618 Westbrook Avenue today, we're hearing an application to construct. This is an application to construct an outbuilding at 3618 Westbrook Avenue. The house is a 1.5-story craftsman style, which was recently enlarged with a substantial 3-story addition, although that doesn't include a basement level garage. Last month, The commission reviewed an application to construct a two-story garage with a 1,240-something square foot footprint. That outbuilding was denied by the, it was not denied by the application, but the commission moved to approve with a condition that the footprint be reduced to a maximum of 950 square feet. The applicant is returning with a modification on the original application for an outbuilding. The height has been reduced from 24 feet to 22 and a half. The form is similar to that you saw last month, 1.5 to 2-story form. And the footprint has been reduced to 1,136 square feet. The overall dimensions of the outbuilding, although it has a jog in, it's not perfectly square, but it's 30 by 32. The historic house, not including the addition, had a footprint of 1,160 square feet. So that's the elevations and floor plans here. You might, if you think back to what we saw last month, I might think, something interesting or fishy is going on here. I just want to point out that I'd failed to notice last month that there was an error on the site plan that you guys got last month, and the outbuilding wasn't shown in proper proportion to the house. So the one on the right here is actually more accurate representation of the current proposal. The one on the left is, sorry, if anybody's wondering what the big deal was with comparing the two and why it got smaller but looks bigger, that's why. Again, I'll just go through the same slides we saw last month because the conditions certainly haven't changed, but here's the view of the existing structure with the addition from the alley between this house and the one adjacent to the right, and another from a little bit further up the alley at the rear. And then just some others. Here's, again, pretty much the same thing. Again, staff finds that this proposed outbuilding is not subordinate to the historic house, and it's not compatible with the scale and character of the historic outbuildings in the neighborhood, and therefore does not meet the guidelines. The materials, orientation, and setbacks of the outbuilding would be compatible with the house. So staff recommends that, in keeping with the decision last month, staff recommends approval of the outbuilding with a condition that staff review the materials and that the massing be reduced to a range of 850 to 950 square feet so as to be compatible with the historic outbuildings, and also that the roof form be similar to the principal dwelling or other historic outbuildings in the vicinity.
Thank you, Sean.
Back to the elevations for discussion.
Okay.
The applicant's here.
All right.
Hi, my name's Steve Wilson, and I'm the owner of this property, 3618. When we're proposing this smaller, reduced-size building, I do still, I live on the street, and I have, the other house is for sale now, and we have an outbuilding at that house at 3606 that I've been using for the last 5 years, and it's 1,100 square feet, 1,133 square feet, and we had an approved carport addition added to that building that's almost 500 square feet, so it's a pretty big massing building back there next to a smaller house. So moving down the street, we just hope to recreate some of the storage we had. One of the issues with the house was there's no basement or attic in the house, and yes, it's a large house, and it does have a garage, but that's all. So that's kind of the purpose of the building. I guess I just say we feel like given some of the larger sizes of other outbuildings in our area and other historic areas, it's appropriate. The fact that it would be barely visible from the street next to only the train tracks, and maybe even partially blocking the train. For those reasons, we feel it suits the neighborhood. We do have the support of a bunch of our neighbors. I think we've included the signatures that we can pass around again. And also, so last time, the number of 850 to 950 is, we feel, an arbitrary number and not necessarily based on math. So I feel like this is appropriate. And the other concern is that reducing it to the 850, 900 mark kind of starts to make it look like a two-story building over the 1.5 that we're trying to create here for the storage building. So thanks for your time. I appreciate the chance to speak. And
did you want to say something, Mitch?
Mitch is going to present.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mitch Hodge. I'm the architect on this project. I know this is an unusual. I'm sorry? And that's how it was last month. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but does anybody need a break?
We may not come back.
I don't want any judgment clouded here. Let's all freshen up.
Keep going.
I know this is an unusual situation that we got him approved based on some conditions, and I had gone back to Steve and had looked at trying to design something that meets his needs as well as that is complementary to the existing house using that footprint. The problem is that once we had let's say, squashed that footprint into, what we feel was an arbitrary number, the proportions of this structure became more like a two-story house, or just a simple two-story structure, and that's not what the original building was. So I'd met with Sean, kind of gone over these issues, and he explained to me that, our hands are tied with this number. We're only taking one element of design and basing the whole design of this new structure on it without any sort of consideration to context whatsoever. We're just locked designing in a vacuum. As you can see on the drawings there, I have taken the the previous design, improved on it. We've kind of pushed in the footprint, did some shifting, lowered some of the spring walls on the second floor just to reduce the overall massing, which I think is more important than just looking at a footprint number there. The massing is what you're going to see and what affects the neighborhood on that. This new building conforms to all the base zoning with the height. The square footage is fine. The FAR, Sean pointed out to me there was there's nothing fishy going on. I imported the site plan in from another software and it came in funky, and he pointed out, and I've got that corrected on the new submittal here. The site section where I show the building, all those were correct. I don't know what happened there, but anyway, we've got that corrected. And I've done the calculations. The FAR on this property falls at 0.28. We're allowed a 0.45, and I've spoken to Berkeley Allen about this. There have been projects approved that are just under that 0.45 FAR. So I think we're far below that, and there's plenty of green space within this project right here. Again, I've handed you out a packet of these points there, but as you can see, we've got Steve has gone through. He's lived there for 7 years. We've gotten several signatures of approval. We've not heard anything against this. The site conditions of this. I'm sorry? Oh, boy. I'm not great on these, but This slide shows you original footprints and how we've reduced it. In this middle, the lower left slide is the plan where we've kind of tweaked the whole plan. The upper left drawing shows how if we just took that simple recommendation into a rectangle in relation to the existing proposed second floor, you can see how it starts approaching a simple two-story structure, which I don't think is compatible with this. That's the site plan. There were several points, going back to the site, where are we on the context of this? I was trying to find it. Do you have a context map on here or? No, not in the Okay. Well, we recognize that this is on the upper end of what the garages are, but this site is as unique as I've seen. I've worked in this area for many years. The site drops off severely towards the back, so this addition, it sits approximately 40 feet behind the house at the bottom of the hill. Directly across there is a railroad bed that's about 12 feet tall. It's 100-foot right-of-way. I don't think, some of the concerns I hear people opposing projects are just the density, how these garages are getting so big and built right next to each other. This will never happen. There's only 4 more houses beyond this house on this dead-end alley. Everything on the other side, that will never be built out. If anything, a row of buildings there would help the neighborhood by blocking out the railroad through there. As far as the recommendation, I've gone through that with the owner, and we had some issues, to contest. The existing house, for some reason, we keep insisting not counting the porch or porte-cochere because it's not conditioned space. It was built in 915. I would say that was your air conditioning, that front porch. The porch and the porte-cochere are integral parts of the house and should be included in that, and that adds at least another 500 square feet to it. There is no way that you could take that, it wouldn't be allowed or it would be right to just take that front porch off. So I feel like it is a consideration. Any projects I do, whether it's a restaurant, a bank, anything covered like that, gets included within setbacks or any considerations like that. So we feel like the original structure is not correctly represented in this recommendation, that it should be larger for that. That said, I believe it was pointed out by legal counsel last month that we're not really considering only the historic structure, that the entire existing structure is what we should be considering for this garage. Is that correct?
Other garages.
What's that?
Other garages.
No, it's subordinate to the structure that we're talking about, the existing structure and not a historic structure.
She pointed out that it should be compared to other garages.
I'm talking about subordination, not other garages.
If you're asking what she said.
Oh, I can't, okay. Well, that's what I had heard. And I'll get to the other garages as well, but.
If I could clarify that, the minutes do reflect that the commission, that Ms. Jones stated that the commission must review the property as a whole, which includes the addition. This is, I think, what you were
exactly.
referencing.
Yeah, and it's, I've got the numbers there. This is less than half. The primary structure is almost 2,800 square footprint. This one's 1,135 on there. So that's one point. The other buildings, it's stated here that the average in the neighborhood is 737. That may be true as we get further out, but on this side of the street, if we had that vicinity map, you'd see that there are only 2 other buildings on this side of the street. One is a 900 square foot concrete block structure that sits behind the house. The other is his, and it's just a few doors down, and it's about 1,135 square feet, and it also has an attached carport, so it's in fact larger from here. Again, there are no other garages on this side of the street. I think it's truly unique in that it's not a double-loaded alley. It backs up to a railroad track. Let's see. I've also included some past consent things that have been on the consent agenda, just to illustrate that this project is not unusual. As you can see, this project, here are 2 projects. This one's on the corner of Blair and Westmoreland. Both of these projects are on busy intersections, but It's a garage that's 1,600 square feet, and it's shown to be about 3/4 the size of the original house. It's only 6 feet off the house through there. It's in your packet there if you want to see, but whatever standard we're being based against, this is the garage, this is the house. If you just look at that, I mean, they look pretty much the same to me. And again, this was passed on consent without discussion there. The other project, there was a statement in the recommendation that it would ruin the historic character of the house. The addition is there. This garage is what we're here to talk about, only the garage. It sits 40 feet back. This is another project that was passed on consent this past year. This dark outline is an existing house. It's a 1-story house, and there's a 2-story addition there. And back here is showing a 1-story garage, but that's since been expanded to a 2-story garage. So again, this is something on consent, a 1-story house with a 2-story addition and a 2-story garage, no discussion. So just to be fair to my client, we're wondering what the opposition is on this. We're subordinate to the house. We're meeting on these guidelines. And then also, Robin's been putting on these charrettes, dealing with all these issues because, I do these projects a lot. These charrettes have been extremely helpful. We're here trying to educate the public and working through these very issues because it's not just a simple, we need X number of square feet. We've got to look at context and how things fit within the neighborhood. That's what really matters to the people, and that's what offends people if it's wrong. You have this in your guidelines. She's put together a great outline of outbuildings here. This first one, it's a very, it's a tall garage, 24 feet. It's noted. It works because it falls in grade. Well, so does ours, and it's not even that big. Going through a similar one on this other one. Here's on the second page. Here's a garage that's almost 2,000 square feet. It's on a large lot, but it works. I'm not, the consensus was it was on a larger lot, so it works. It faces a street. We're a good 100 feet off a street. I think all said and done, if you look at that photo, no one's going to even see this garage, given the fact there's a portico on one side. The house to the right in that slide is about to be added on. So it's a good, the odds are there's going to be a privacy fence built there that you won't even see the backyard of this because the lot does fall at 10 feet. On this next page in the recommendations, here's another garage that's 25 feet. Again, if you read through, it says it works because the grade falls. And then we have the garage I just showed you that was about 1,600 square feet. And it's on a busy intersection. It's 10 feet off the street. It's 6 feet away from the house. We're not near that, we don't have near that site condition. We're so far off the street. We're at the bottom of the hill. We're up against a railroad track. So again, we tried working with the limits set on the last commission's recommendations, but just felt designing something that was compatible to the house, more of a 1.5 story, and that meets my client's needs. It just wasn't working, and that's why we'd come back with this new modified version of it that we think is a good compromise, brings the overall massing back. We've added some eaves just to bring the scale down. And if anyone has any questions, would love to answer them. So that's it.
Thanks, Mitch. Any questions to the applicant?
I do. Mitch, I know you've been around, seemingly around the world on this one. I have a question, kind of maybe getting back to, and you spoke on it, I think, a little bit in reducing the perceived height of the structure. I'm curious where the long, is that south facing, or the orientation of the
west?
It's west facing. Yeah. The long. Did that come from trying to minimize it from looking like a form with something stuck on the side?
I started with two, even before the last month's submittal. I started with 2 roof forms. One,
here and then
perpendicular gable. So, but it still presented more wall there and was feeling like a 2-story structure. I think by kind of bringing that sweep down, it simplifies the structure. We've added the eave to round. We've kind of done those gable returns and brought it around a eave and then a gable up on the west side to make it not feel like a salt box, which admittedly that last submittal, it looked like that. We had frankly submitted that pretty quick in response to the cross gable, looking like a two-story. So this one, we've added some detail to it, added some eaves just to bring some interesting shadow lines and bring the massing down so there's not so much wall on this structure.
I'm curious if I remember right, that came from some initial response to
from the first meeting
from some time ago.
Right. We submitted one. We got some feedback. That's what you saw last month. I took the recommendations to Sean. We had met after that, and showing this. But again, our hands were tied with that number.
I'm trying to, all things considered, to a certain extent, unwind this and unmake the sausage a little bit. Just to get to a clear solution as we give you whatever guidance we might arrive at. But I wanted to make sure that I understood where that came from.
And if I could speak more of the the design options we explored, when we have that roof form, the roof form on that house, it's a 512 pitch, and we're keeping with that. There's actually a zoning ordinance that says accessory buildings can't go steeper with that, but I think that gets bypassed in historic districts. We tried that steeper roof. It just looked odd back there. We felt that this was a more graceful solution. Again, the bulk of that garage is, well below the street there. Rather than just pushing it in and it's like a balloon animal. If you push it this way and you expand it up, trying to chase that,
Okay. Thanks, Mitch. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, after public hearing, you can do a rebuttal.
During public hearing.
During public hearing, yeah. Okay. Open public hearing. Anyone who would like to speak against this project, please come forward. Okay. Anyone who'd like to speak against it? Okay. Close public hearing. Discussion.
Robin, how do you guys calculate, Sean, how do you calculate square footage? How did you get this 11, whatever it is, 36 or something?
For the outbuilding or for the primary building?
The outbuilding?
I think those were numbers that were provided by the applicant, and I just, they may not include the porch, but they're the overall dimensions of the footprint of the structure, yeah. Actually, the 29 feet by 40 feet being the dimensions that comes from the tax assessor's records, so that's what Metro recognizes as the footprint size of the structure. We can include the porch if you want from now on.
Okay.
I can answer the question about the square footage. There were some comments about it being an arbitrary number, but I believe, and this is what I thought the applicant was asking about, last time there was discussion about, are you comparing it to the house or not? And the design guidelines talk about that the outbuilding should be compatible by not contrasting greatly with surrounding historic outbuildings. And so that 950 was the largest outbuilding we found in the immediate vicinity. That's where that number came from.
Thank you, Robin. I've forgotten about that.
To me, we've got all the same folks here, and nothing really has changed in terms of context or the site or anything else. So with the exception of Hunter, I don't know how any of us make a different decision unless we just say, I was wrong. You convinced me this time. That's kind of, that's all I got for it.
And that's that.
And I think that's okay. We've done
it's
that before.
okay because we do screw up.
Yeah.
It's totally okay.
And
I'm just saying. Last time the concerns were, this looks like a 4-car garage. It's still at least a 3-car garage. Looking at the railroad, all this stuff was considered that it should be on the higher end. The largest one in the vicinity is 920 square feet, so we said 950, so it's beyond what was even around. We had a lot of discussion, so I don't, it's a total reversal if we do something different, with the exception of you.
Well, I would disagree because they have reduced it, reduced the size, the height, the footprint, and I call this the high heel effect. 2-inch heels make a woman look 6 inch taller, and this is sort of taking off 2 feet off of the height and taking off 3 or 4 feet in the width makes this, I think, significantly different in terms of its massing and scale.
I don't think it was we got past, last time we got past the issue of it not being sufficiently subordinate. I don't think that's where we came down. It had to do with the comparison to other outbuildings, and that's where, and now with it corrected on the site plan, it is awfully big. I don't feel strongly about it. I just think it's worth noting that it would be a complete reversal, I think, based on the reasoning of the last decision to change it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but do we want to encourage people, if they don't like the result, to just come back and ask again? It's because it's essentially what it is in my mind. I realize it's a little bit different, but not in any material way based on the reasoning being outbuildings in the vicinity. The biggest one is 920 square feet. That's all.
My building's bigger than that on that street. The building I live in.
Did you have a comment?
No. Well, just not that, there's not much difference between that square footage and maybe the pitch, like you said, a 2-inch heel versus 3-inch heel, but it's still, again, the same argument as that.
I think for clarity on comparing garage sizes, it was pointed out in the guidelines, again, whether this commission chooses to the letter obey what the guidelines say, compatible with historic outbuildings, adjacent historic outbuildings. If I'm not, the historic is the operable term there. I think in terms of this particular 950 square foot number that we established last time, I'm not advocating that is the absolute way we should see this. I think that is how we established it, and the reasoning behind which we established that at the last meeting.
Yeah, I agree. It's not an absolute thing, but it also wasn't out of thin air.
Oh, yeah.
See, if there's no other discussion, do we have a motion?
Well, I do have a question for staff. In the previous staff report, we established a 950 square foot. Yeah, it says the largest outbuilding on the block is approximately 920 square feet. That's in this staff report. And yet on the drawings we have here, there's reference to a 1,700 square foot carport or sky.
The historic outbuildings,
Are there any historic outbuildings on this block?
We went by Metro's map, footprints on Metro's map, and the 950 was the largest we could find.
So we don't know if they're historic?
Do not.
There's only about 4. Two of them are sitting up close to the existing building, so they're probably not historic, I would guess. But so there's not much of a precedent here, anyways. And so I question whether establishing that 950, was arbitrary, and again, I voted the other way last time, but we established 950 based on one.
It was assumed that those were historic, that we were established that one for sure.
Yeah. So,
in the absence of a historic context, is whatever this is, 1170 too big, based on proper size for a garage.
Gonna make a motion there, Ben?
No.
No, okay.
I would just say, if there are unique site conditions here that I think allow something much bigger. And what we tried to do last time was to take what we thought was a high side and then go a little further. Given that it sounds like those probably aren't, the comparison wasn't to historic, but to something else, given there is no context, if we are going to do something much bigger, like an 1,100 square foot footprint, which is arguably bigger than some historic homes in terms of the footprint, I think we just need to outline the 2, 3, 4, 5 things that make this site very unique, because it's an awfully large precedent.
And if we do that, we're setting a precedent. I mean,
But we need to talk about why this is unique. Otherwise, I think it's a dangerous one.
I guess my question to the applicant, this is discussion between us, but if we've given them the guideline, why that wasn't followed?
Do you want to, we could ask them?
I think they answered.
I think they've tried to explain.
Again, we met and we tried, hold on here, working with that number. We started with that just, I think it's 30 by 36 or so on there. And if you see on the top left illustration there, that is that simple form there. When you get that tight, that's all you've got to work with. There is no room to work in additional corners or something to work with form to create shadow lines. So you can see what that form becomes. And then the proposed second floor that we had on there, it simply looked like a 2-story structure back there. Once we just lobbed off that low side and it became that 2-story structure there. So what we did, we took a little out of the second floor. Instead of taking everything out of the first floor, we took some out of the second floor and some out of the first floor to proportionally scale that down. I know this doesn't look form-wise a lot different because, it's a scale drawing. You can't tell, and it's on the slide. I'm sure it looks identical to that, but I can assure you we've lowered it a couple feet. You can see on the outline, we've reduced the massing significantly on this. So we're just trying to come up with something compatible within that and not just a simple 2-story box, which I've seen those, but we didn't feel it was appropriate for this.
No, it's very appreciative to do that. However, it puts the board, in my opinion, to a very delicate decisions because then, this does set precedents.
I understand
for
that.
when we give a determination of why we did it the first time, and then the applicant comes back and says, well, I'm going to try to squeeze in, but it's not near 950. So to me, it puts us.
I understand, and again, I tried doing that. There are site conditions, and as far as setting precedent, just last year, there was a 1,600 square foot garage approved on a street corner 10 feet from the street. If there was any precedent set, it was set then.
I think
it's a 4-car garage, and Robin has indicated somewhere on the horizon there's apparently an airplane garage coming up on your agenda. Thanks
a lot.
The agenda's there.
But each site is specific. Each site is different. So when we look at a project, it's not. Maybe we learn lessons from that as well.
Yes, and I think this is probably most unique of sites with the railroad and the alley and the size of these lots, if any of them. And as well as the topography, it sets at the bottom of the hill.
Here, understood.
Ben, did you have a question for Mitch?
I do have this is probably a question for Mitch and for staff, because I think we're basing, it's not a tail wagging the dog so much, we're focused on this footprint number, and you're delimited by a previous comment on a 2-story garage kind of looking not correct or not right. And those two things in this instance to me, are in direct contradiction with each other in trying to do something that, I don't know, feels right or is right or at least approaches something that we can all agree on. And so I wonder from whence you've come and that we have the amount of drop that exists on the site, given other garages in this and other districts, I'm questioning whether because the drop, a two-story garage in this case is so objectionable, it seems to be that's non-workable, and then so we get to this point, and then we're stuck between 950 and 11, whatever the number is. And I don't, it's not my intention to send you back and then come back in a month and then have this all over again, but I guess I'm vocalizing that now so that if there's a way we can do something that is within what we typically do for garages that meets your client's needs, that is not bound by something that's been an impediment previously. I don't know if that advances the argument or advances the discussion anywhere or not.
No, I understand. And again, we took an encompassing approach rather than just lobbing that off. We wanted to reduce the whole mass of this to something that was more compatible. We felt that with the topography, a 1.5-story structure, that's what this looks like, would fit better with the house. And again, we're looking back through, and there have been larger garages, and I think it would only be fair to my client to speak to him how a 1,600-foot garage gets approved on a consent agenda that's highly visible, as well as this other project in the packet that is, it's a 2-story addition with a 2-story garage behind a 1-story house on a main intersection there in the village. That's what, again, I'm speaking for my client, he's bewildered why this standard is set on such a lot that has such remote conditions with the railroad bed, and yet larger structures have been approved.
I think it has to do with the contextual aspect of the site.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
I mean, the other ones must have larger.
No, they're smaller lots.
No, I'm not saying the lots. I'm saying I suspect the other ones that got approved had larger garages or outbuildings, and in the neighborhood.
It's just really hard to go back.
It is. I understand.
It's hard to
but back, if we just focus on this one, I think in concern of setting precedent, there's not another street like this in Nashville that something in an overlay that backs up to the railroad tracks that's far, the grade slopes down. I feel like if there's anything, that speaks to context, that does, and any kind of concerns about just getting rows and rows of these garages along the alley, that will never happen through there. That's okay. Thanks.
Better close public hearing again, but so what do you guys think now? We've kind of just battered this around a little bit, and no, just joking. Anybody else that want to talk about? Let's discuss it anymore, or
Go ahead.
Mike, you want to make a motion, or anybody wants to make a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion. I'll move, in reference to the lot size, the fact that this backs up to a railroad track and berm, the depth of the lot, the size of the primary structure, and the fact that the applicant has reduced the massing and footprint, I move and thank you. And specifically because the slope of the lot, I move that we approve the application, and I'm trying to find the staff conditions. There are no conditions because it was recommended disapproval. Is that right? Were there conditions?
There was a 10-foot setback issue last time.
That setback was approved, so we did not include it as a condition or as anything
That's already
this month.
Of it?
Yes.
Back?
Yes.
Sorry,
Last month, the commission approved the setback reduction and the structure with the condition on the reduction of the setback. With the setback being approved to be 10 feet, we didn't readdress it this time.
Probably add it, though, because it's a different structure, right? I mean, if we want it.
Well, the conditions that they did this time was the roof form and the 850 to 950 square feet. Those were the conditions of the staff recommendations. So you've moved approval as is, disregarding the staff recommendations.
that sounds correct, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a second? No second? Okay, motion fails. Do we have another motion?
I'll move to adopt staff recommendation.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, what was the vote on that?
It was.
There's a hand vote.
Yeah.
Do a hand vote.
Sure, let's do a hand vote. I saw only one that was opposed before, but I'll hand vote of all, how about if we'd start off with all four? Okay, that's one,
So
two,
you have
four. Yeah, and all opposed?
Yeah, if there's, so you have 4 to carry?
4-2. I mean, I don't know.
I'm going to abstain because I wasn't here last time, but it did carry, correct?
Okay. My agenda's all over the place
Here you go. It's the hillside.
for some reason.
There you go.
Okay, next one is 2819 Hillside Drive. What happened to mine? Oh, no?
This is a new design for a project that was denied last month. They've made multiple changes, and the new design now meets the design guidelines in terms of height, scale, setback, rhythm of spacing, most of the materials, orientation, proportion and rhythm of openings, appurtenances, and location of HVAC. Staff found that the roof form, though, does not meet the design guidelines. The applicant proposes a deconstructed front gable roof form that's not seen in the overlay. Traditional front gable forms are also not typically seen in the district. Prevalent roof forms found in the district include cross gable, side gable, and hipped forms. Two-story buildings typically have a side gable roof form in this immediate context and hipped elsewhere in the district. Based on the fact that the roof form should be visually compatible with historic roof forms and should not contrast with these forms, and based on the fact that the front gable roof forms are not typical for the neighborhood, staff recommends a side gable form to meet Section 2B1E. Staff also recommends all double and triple windows have a 4 to 6 inch mullion between them, which is likely the case, but it was tough to see those lines once it was printed out. That the porch be concrete, wood, or a composite wood. The applicant is proposing tile, which hasn't been approved in the past, and is an atypical porch floor material. That the foundation brick be a different color than the first floor brick, which should be a historic brick color. There's a soldier course to distinguish the foundation, but historically, the foundation was just a different material altogether. So to assure a real clear distinction, staff recommends the different color in addition to the soldier course, and this is also in keeping with Commission's past decisions. The applicant will be presenting some materials in a PowerPoint form, but we don't recommend approving those items where color is important, like masonry and metal, because the color is so dependent on how the monitor is set up. And so we recommend that staff provide final review of the masonry and windows and doors, porch materials, walkway, and driveway materials and design. With these conditions, the project meets the design guidelines for new construction in the Hillsborough West End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. And the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Robin.
Robin, just one question. I understand that on the foundation, it's much more typical to just have a different material between the first one and the foundation. But did I hear you correctly that in the past, the commission has even required the brick to be a different color?
Well, yes.
Rather than doing some sort of ornamental.
Right. For those projects where it was brick 2 grade, then the foundation part of it should be a different color, in addition to having that.
A different brick, period.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just to fully distinguish it.
I know it's been a while ago too, but the council person did, she did make her support of this project too.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Robin. If the applicant would like to come forward.
Okay, good evening. Sorry that it's so late. I really appreciate, your willingness to serve on this type of committee. Unfortunately, every project is important, so this one, and I really appreciate, your attention to the details. So last time, what we had proposed, Preston is my architect, to essentially use wood paneling on the first floor, some masonry, and effectively there is a large portion in the center of the house which was accent wood. So the last time the main comments what we got is that we should focus on using just two materials and also relocating the garages, which were basically front-facing garages due to the steepness of the lot. So this is mainly what it boiled down to. We had two major issues. One's the roof form, and kindly the board agreed that it is approvable, so therefore we have not changed the roof form. We have specified the color of the metal roof and the aluminum-cladded windows. And the main issue was relocating the garage, and I think we sort of fulfilled all the sore points mentioned in the May meeting, and therefore we effectively came up with this revised design. There we just focused on two materials, and that is masonry as specified for the first floor and the basement level, and then cement boards for the second story. So when we got the staff recommendation, the issue was still brought up with a side gable, but I think we discussed it at length the last time. All windows, we can certainly have the required mullion in the middle, and as Robin pointed out, that may just be a fact of the printing. Now, we don't have issues, but we'd like to explain the last three issues and like to present a solution which I think would be workable. And I'd like to remind the board that this is a new construction. We want to have it identifiable as new construction, and we're only really trying to achieve that we're compatible with the surrounding, and we're not greatly contrasting the surrounding historic buildings. Now, both buildings to the left and the right are non-contributing buildings, and they actually have just a small entrance and just a couple of steps leading to the porch. So not like in this case where we have a larger porch area, which we found more appropriate for this building style. So with the porch, essentially is going to be integrated in the basement foundation. The porch needs a waterproofing membrane. On top of the membrane, the most natural thing would be to do either masonry pavers or tiles. What we thought is we could definitely do something sandstone colored to match the sandstone on the second floor, so that we don't really set another material in play here as porch material. And therefore, I would encourage the board to approve tile or masonry pavers. Now, the foundation brick is that we definitely would like to be compliant with the neighborhood, and what I've done is I just selected some sort of brick colors which would be workable and I don't think would contrast very much the historic building, and I just would like to have some guidelines on the material selections, and I would like to use a brick which is just one color and differentiate the basement level from the first floor with a belt course. And actually the guidelines do say a belt course or a change in materials, so they don't require both. So that's why we thought incorporating a belt course would be sufficient to distinguish. But what I'd like the Commission to do is actually provide some sort of guidance in terms of brick colors. So what we also haven't specified is the walkway, and for the walkway we'd like to use concrete pavers, and I just provided a selection of materials of colors which I think would match nicely with the house, and they would also not contrast the neighborhood, we believe. So effectively, we appreciate the staff comments, and we provided a solution so that we can obtain a building permit for this project, and hopefully my journey from starting in January to now will be complete, and that we can then move forward with the building. The screen porch is in the back. Talking to Preston, he sort of did not quite draw it correctly, but what we decided now is that the screen porch will be substituted to just a railing and will be open in the back. So, but anyway, I was hoping that the back porch materials would not be subject to approval from staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was trying to keep it short.
Oh, no, you did good. Thank you for the work you did to work on it. Any questions to the applicant?
I do have a question for the applicant, and it relates specifically to the porch material. And I think, I don't want to suppose what staff might be thinking, but in terms of what the porch floor material could be, when some of the projects we've seen where a veneered product is used, is you'll get the scenario where on the flat surface it's thin and it comes out, and then when it makes the turn, you kind of see that, oh well, it's like it's painted on almost, and it looks. And so my question in talking about concrete pavers is that I think if there's a thickness to it that is exposed at the edge, if it's stone or even real stone would have some thickness to it that you would identify it as though that's not a faux material that's been applied to another material. My question about the two selections, or the tile can mean lots of things, is how might you pull that off, and maybe what you might be thinking there as to whether something other than wood or concrete. I guess the bottom line will be, I'd need some convincing to make some other recommendation.
Sure. I mean, let's assume we use a form of brick, and typically what you can do is you can sometimes get, or most cases, you get color-matched pavers. And so what I would basically try to use color-matched pavers to the brick, and then just the form of the pavers would then sort of distinguish the porch floor from the house, and then we will bring the pavers out a little bit, and then we can put the same pavers on top. We could face it upwards, and then trying to cover the concrete.
And so the paver has a thickness to it.
The pavers would be that thick. Okay. I mean, those are just brick pavers, and those would be distinct from the pavers, with the concrete pavers which are used for the driveway and the walkway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any more questions to the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for working.
Yeah,
you did it. It was a lot of work. Thank you. Open public hearing. Anyone that would like to speak against this project, please come forward, or for the project, come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public hearing. Discussion. And I do want to commend, they did meet most, I went back through the minutes. They did hit a lot of the things that we did talk about.
I think that's right. I think it's a remarkable difference, and something in my mind that I think could mostly approve. I've been, since the last meeting, thinking about Brian's comment about the deconstructed gable and whether that is a meaningful difference or not. I think when you take the standard of not contrasting greatly and couple it with the notion of new houses should look like they're from their era, I can get comfortable with that. It's not, if it was exaggerated, I think it would be different, but it's so similar to a historic design. The mullion condition makes sense to me. The porch floor, I thought he had a good response on that, and sounded like something that would fit the guidelines. I understand that we have required some kind of different brick, or if there isn't already some kind of different material. I think that actually would pop out in a bad way. I would just rather see some kind of row lock or something different, just a different design to sort of mark the water table and continue the same brick if it's not going to be an entirely different material.
And I think even a different material, and I have a question for staff in terms of interpretation or this project in particular, and the specifics of it is, it seems to me that further layer caking this house would be not an improvement, but moving in the opposite direction in terms of some of the contrast of these brick colors, or even it strikes me that the house wants to have greater mass. You don't want greater mass or visual height sitting on top of two thinner layers, just in terms of their overall visual weight. Yeah, it's like, layering up a cake before you ice around the outside of it. I don't know that would be an improvement. In fact, I think it would, my opinion is it would go towards, the guideline notwithstanding, I think on this house and the style of house, I would question whether that would result in a better project or not, given all the factors. Sorry.
I would, unless somebody, no, I agree with all of that. Unless someone has other comments or feels very differently about some of the things I just expressed, I'll make a motion unless someone else has something to say.
Seeing none, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve based on staff recommendation, with the one exception that removing the condition that the brick color be different between the first floor and the foundation.
Now,
You want to add
The roof form, item number 1, did you have a comment on that?
Oh, sorry. No, I misread that. That's not what I intended to do. Sorry, I meant to also remove the first condition regarding roof form and accept the application as submitted on that piece.
and I'm going to restate it. Basically,
How about I just start over?
There you go. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve based on staff recommendation, with the exception that the first condition regarding the roof and the fourth condition regarding a change in brick color be omitted.
Okay. Do I have a
roll lock thing in there, or?
It's shown on the application.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Have a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I'll abstain again just because I wasn't here last time.
Let's go get old.
Yeah.
That's something consistent.
Okay.
Didn't need me.
1101 Petway Avenue.
I just wanted to make sure, I know it's late, but the porch, I thought using the pavers and the
I meant to include that. I had that in the first motion and didn't repeat it. Sorry. Can we do this?
Robert's Rules of Order, I think we can rescind and amend.
I make a motion to rescind the last action, and I will do it correct this time.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to rescind the last motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay.
Okay.
A new motion to approve based on staff recommendation, with the omission of the first condition regarding the roof, the omission of the third condition to the extent that the pavers are as the applicant described today, and omitting the fourth condition altogether.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And one abstention still? Okay. All opposed? Okay. Motion carries. 1101 Petway Avenue.
1101 Petway Avenue is an application for infill construction on this vacant lot in the Eastwood Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The proposed residence is a two-family, 2.5-story building with a height 36 feet from grade and a width of 40 feet. The proposal would meet most of the design guidelines for materials, setbacks, proportionate rhythm of openings, and roof form. But the historic houses on this street and nearby are from 15 to 26 feet in height and 28 to 36 feet in width. The context being 1-story and 1.5-story bungalows, like you see here. Staff's analysis is that the proposed infill does not meet the design guidelines for height, scale, and rhythm of spacing, although the context would permit a larger building than might be appropriate otherwise. This proposal is still out of scale. We did not recommend approval with conditions in this case, as altering the project to meet the guidelines we felt would likely require a full redesign. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is here and has both slides and handouts.
Okay. Any questions for Paul?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Council, Commission. My name is Randy Morgan. I'm the applicant and owner. I wanted to talk quickly. First of all, I want to let everyone know, but staff did a remarkable job working with me. The response times, there were some requests for images. Paul has been phenomenal. So I think you guys need to know that, and you should be proud. And I'm sure he's ought to be a model for future hires. So thank you, Paul. Although I disagree with your recommendation. So quickly, let's see. I kind of feel like there's a couple things I want to bring to the Commission's attention that I feel like this project sets up. I've sat here for a long time, as well as you have, and the idea of precedent comes up time and time again. I've got caught in what I feel like are a couple of transition issues with my particular project that I do think raises some questions about future precedents and how to handle some issues. One is has to do with the building permit process. The other one is the context in which my property lays within a newly adopted overlay. So to bring that forward, I want to look at the timeline. I've owned this property for, I don't know, since 2009. I had a survey completed in January. I had some interesting things with the property. There's an encroachment of an alley on the back. The alley actually used to extend all the way to Gallatin in the 1917 area, or the Sanborn map in 1957 at Dogleg, and it happened to be at my property. So when I didn't find that out until I had the survey, obviously. So I looked at some architectural plans, worked with a couple different architects, and felt like traditional architecture would be appropriate here, although I wasn't able to select a house plan or work with a house plan that would allow me to go deeper because of the encroachment of the alley and how you would access each of the units from the back. So working with the zoning code, with the zoning administrator within the zoning requirements of RM20, we established what the appropriate building setbacks on the property, contextual and side and rear setbacks would be. And I moved forward with that, beginning the building permit process by filing the plat, which was approved by Metro Mapping April 9th. So now I'm in the process of building approval, and I'm moving through the different permitting processes, the obstacles that come along with that, and waiting on a flow test. And in the interim, I guess about 10 days, 9 to 10 days after my parcel was created, and the attorney filed for the horizontal property regime, this overlay, extension of an overlay passed. Well, it was one of those things that kind of slipped through the cracks as they do. I'm unaware of the new overlay. We're moving through the building permit process. The building permit was issued, still have it in the nice little envelope, and then revoked the following day because of the historic overlay. So needless to say, I was that's a little frustrating to go through the entire permitting process, which is a struggle in and of itself, and then see the light at the end of the tunnel, and then only to be building permit revoked. I understand the historic overlays. I'm a landscape architect and urban designer by trade, and I'm sensitive to these issues, and really kind of took a lot of those things into consideration without requirements of the overlay initially. With that being said, When permit was revoked, I went straight to the Historic Commission, and Robin was grateful enough to meet me on very short notice, and we began the conversation, and quickly found out that this property is taller than other buildings that are immediately in the context. So the question was, how much exactly taller is this building? And there's a lot of things. So I guess, kind of going back to my two transitions. One is I got caught in the middle of this terrible transition of an overlay being approved while I'm in the middle of the permitting process after my parcel was created, which the parcel indicates that I have met the requirements of the zoning codes in the way of setbacks and things. So I'm sure I'm not the only one that has experienced this. I'm sure I will not be the last one that will experience this, given the number of overlays and extensions that were on the agenda previously today. So to me, this seems like this is going to be an issue that's going to be raised again, and I think it would be, in my opinion, beneficial for the commission to figure out a way to deal with this in a way. One way that would maybe logical to me would be to say, after if an overlay is approved after someone has received their parcel, it seems like to me that at the time that the parcel is created, there ought to be some kind of acknowledgement that the overlay district would not apply to someone whose parcel was created prior to the effective date of the overlay. I'd like to just propose that as something that staff could discuss or talk or whatever, or forget about it or whatever. Either way, that's kind of where I am on this. So that's one issue. But that's not the only argument I feel like is worthy of discussion of this particular project. Basically, as Paul described, the analysis and findings describe the height, scale, and massing as being larger than the context. I don't think it takes a lot to see that this house, I don't even think the argument is that this house is larger than the rest of the houses. It's 2 stories. There's some very finite reasons for that. And we'll talk about them. So the heights in the area range from 15 to 26. The proposed height of my structure is 36 feet. The widths range from 28 to 36. The previous structure on the site was 37. I'm a 50-foot lot, and I have my footprint designed at 40 feet. Now, I think there's some legitimate justifications. One is the non-contributing structures that impact the immediate context. There's a used car lot on the other side of the alley. There's a tire shop on the corner, an empty vacant lot and that adjoins the Biscuit House, a brick single-story triplex. And those are some of the things that are immediately around. My property is also on the edge of an overlay, which really starts to begin to provide a transition. Gallatin Road is obviously a major corridor, 40 to 50,000 cars per year. MUG zoning, which allows up to 7 stories, abuts one side of my property, with the only separation being an alley. And then there's some other things in the way of the way that the alley was realigned that changed the urban form directly in the area, and then created an encumberment for how I come and go out of the property. So I'm sure you guys already have some of the images. So we won't talk about those, but I did want to look at what I described as a transitioning context. If you look at the image on the right, you can see my parcels, my map and parcel already logged into Metro and showing up on the map. Well, let's see. Does everybody, I don't have my red dots aren't showing up. Yeah, right there. That's right there. And then on the other side, you can see the shaded area indicates the extension of the Eastwood overlay, and my property is on the left map. Yeah. Down, further down, where there's a little outlying parcel that did not make it. Yeah. I'm generally in that area next to Gallatin Road. I'm a block off of Gallatin Road. So and these are tough areas as well, particularly, I'm not sure how many situations these kind of situations impact, but clearly with the new overlay or the new zoning that's been approved along Gallatin Road and the intensity that is anticipated, which will be coming inevitably, that there should be, in my opinion, some consideration about how the appropriate way to transition from a really intense commercial corridor into a historic neighborhood. So here's the early 1914 Sanborn map. The alley behind my property extended into Gallatin Road. In 1957, the alley turned and dogleg at the corner. I think there's probably a number of reasons for that. But anyway, it really kind of points to, or kind of suggests how urban form evolves over the years and how traditional neighborhoods are impacted by that. Here's a site plan. If you see on the right-hand side, that the alley that encroaches in the back, it really kind of shaves off the entire rear part of my lot. So I was able to meet the contextual setbacks and stay in line with the brick triplex next door, but I was only able to go back 50 feet because of my accessing one of my units from the alley. There's a 20-foot separation right now between parking and the back porch and the back entry of the house. So conversations I've had initially is any kind of reduction in that width, and I've heard this conversation in the council or the commission today, is that how do you maintain the proper proportion when you begin to, lower a house, squeeze it in, which ultimately really kind of pushes it back some. And I'm somewhat hemmed in this case in the way of how the lot is accessed. With that being said, I think there are some conditions, and I am anxious and willing to work with staff. I was a little disappointed that we weren't able to sit down and work out at least some conditions of approval that we could discuss. So I just came up with my own conditions of approval for discussion. So it's easy for me to reduce the height of the building by a couple feet by just reducing the amount of block I have on the house right now. I'm showing 5 levels of block, 4 courses of block on the bottom. So removing a couple levels of block will allow me to do that. My roof pitch currently is 8 to 12. I could reduce that to 6 to 12 and maybe lose the dormer, maybe not. Maybe we can figure out a way to make that work and reduce that height to around that 32-foot mark. Reducing the width is going to be more difficult given the reasons that I've explained. And then, so I guess the question is that for me, if there may be even a third potential option, which is if I had 10 to 12 more feet to work with, I could reduce the height and therefore the mass and push my building back. But maybe there's discussion about encroaching somewhat into the front contextual setback, which I think you can make an argument from an urban form perspective would begin to at least acknowledge that transition from Gallatin Road through the alley. The house would set closer, and then the true traditional architecture that's existing would have a setback. That's a fairly common move that happens a lot in new town planning to be able to create those transitions that are a part of this. So with that, I'll close my statements.
Well, thank you for coming up with some conditions. Appreciate that.
That's a first.
Yeah. Thank you. Any questions first?
I just got a quick question for the applicant. In terms of your lots platted, and obviously the alley is improved, something different from, it's an encroachment. Any response from Metro?
Yes, there is. There was a lot of response from Public Works, and the response was, "Can I move the alley?" Yes. How do you do that? You get a permit through Public Works. Okay. Well, we're not going to give you a permit. So that was the limit of the discussion. That ended that pretty quick. I mean, it didn't take long to figure that out.
I guess they would be so kind as to allow you to pay for it too. So.
Yeah, absolutely. They'd be glad to, except that the trash trucks will still have to make the turn, and that's where the problem is. So without sounding like a a whiny person. I seem to have been caught in a lot of different kind of interesting situations involving Metro.
You talked about not being able to make you couldn't reduce the width because you couldn't go deeper with the building. Did you consider a shared driveway? I think part of it is there's two different access points to the same property. And while one's on the side, one's on the rear, maybe Robin can speak more to it, but typically don't we require just one access point, duplex or not?
This one was a little different because it's not really a driveway, and they're both from an alley, so we thought it was appropriate.
Thank you very much.
That still may be an option to open up some green space to have one entry.
Okay, open public hearing. Anybody would like to speak for or against the project?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brett Withers, 1113 Granada. I happen to be the neighborhood president. I hope I can reserve my time, although I will try to keep it as close to 2 minutes as I can. The applicant and I actually...
From the association?
I'm the neighborhood president.
Yeah, it's five minutes, so... And
yes,
the clock
like I said, I'll try to keep it as brief as I can, but in the interest of everyone's time, the applicant and I have had a little bit of a conversation in the room while we've been waiting on other matters. But I think first and foremost, I love that design. I love it. I think that particular design of the full two-story four-square with a really tall pitch, we do have examples of that in our neighborhood. They're just not in this particular location. We have some that are on Chapel. We have some that are on 14th and Douglas, and they're a little far away from this particular context. In Eastwood's neighborhood, the one issue that usually gets people really upset is not density, it's height. And so I've expressed that to the applicant, and we've kind of talked about that. I think that having his building be 10 feet taller than all the surrounding structures is a lot. But he and I have talked about some of the options that he's also presented to y'all to reduce that height, which is to reduce the foundation height and also to reduce the pitch of the roof. I think that might be palatable to some of our neighbors, even with a full two-story. Again, I think a justification for this one being a full two-story is that it is literally the edge of the district. This expansion went out to that point. It went into pending status on March 26th, I believe it was, at the Planning Commission and then to the council in April. Our notifications went out to the owners on file probably if not late February, then certainly early March. So notification went out to the owners on file, but specifically our neighborhood working with Councilman Westerholm, we went up to the border there. We technically had an option of including Gallatin, but neither Councilman Westerholm nor the residents on the street wanted to put the commercial space inside the overlay. So that's why we drew the boundary at that alley, which is the transition between the residential and the commercial. It is RM20 zoning. We did notify the property owners on that specific little corridor that they have some additional zoning than even the rest of our neighborhood does, so they might want to weigh that for their property values. All of the owner-occupied units in that whole corridor on Petway and 12th, we had 100% property owner support for the overlay. So that's just a little bit of background as to the transition issues that the applicant brought up. Those are all things that have been discussed in our neighborhoods with the property owners there. But again, to get back to the transition issue, I think that, again, from my perspective, if this applicant is willing to reduce the height of the structure, I think that would be the biggest issue that our neighbors would have. That lot is slightly downhill from the peak of the hill is, if you continue east on Petway at 12th, that's the peak of the hill. This is slightly downhill, so I think that might be another justification maybe for a little bit height again, but not 10 feet. But again, for this one in particular, it is also wider than the neighboring structures. And I think in this particular case, with having the desire to have all the driveway access in the rear, I think that justifies perhaps a little bit greater width in exchange for reducing that height on this particular site. And again, because it is a transition buffer between Gallatin Road, which is pretty noisy, and that's not the prettiest corner of the neighborhood by any means. So those are some things I think that our neighborhood might be open to some conditions of reducing the height if that is amenable to to the commissioners to approve the design with a reconfigured roof and foundation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else like to speak regarding this? Okay. Close public hearing. Discussion.
Now, based on the comment we just heard, and some of the highlights being that it's on the edge of the neighborhood there and would maybe provide a nice bookend, I am comfortable if the height gets reduced to 32 feet by means of changing the roof pitch. Removing 2 courses of block and reducing the roof pitch to get the 32-foot height, which appears to be 4 feet, 6 feet or so higher than some of the taller existing buildings. So that's a lot less than 10 feet. So if nobody has any big objections, I would make a motion for that.
Okay, you've got a motion. I'll get a second.
I'll second.
Okay, and then discussion.
I'd like to, well, you've already done that. I think certainly the fact that it's at the edge of the district, I think you stated that earlier.
Yeah, he did.
Stating that.
Look in.
Since the staff recommended disapproval, are there other, there's the standard conditions of materials and windows and those kinds of things that we would typically put on approval. Would it be appropriate to add those to the motion?
It met the design guidelines in every other respect. It was just the height and scale that was there. So yes, I think the conditions of materials, windows and doors would be something that I would have put on here if we had made recommendation for approval.
So could I move that we amend the motion to add that typical condition regarding staff approval of windows, materials, and doors?
I thought you said everything else was fine except for the scale.
That's correct.
Okay, so they're okay with materials for everything else?
No, they haven't approved.
Well, but help. I mean,
We would like a condition that materials be approved by staff.
that's pretty
Thank you.
standard, yeah.
Okay.
And also, I mean, I know he has proposed some solutions and the way he can go about it, but I would like for the staff to be involved in how he is reducing that height and be instrumental in sort of saying, this is good.
Yeah, and I have a little bit of a concern that reducing the height by 6 feet is going to make this a really squatty four-square. And so,
Just reducing it 4 feet.
Okay, right, 36 to 32, 4 feet. But still, I think the staff's comment about it being too wide currently is already. So my suggestion would be that we allow an additional 5 feet toward the front. Again, as the applicant pointed out, this is a transition to the commercial area. It's not unusual to begin to transition setbacks closer to the street. I don't think 5 feet would have a significant impact on what appears to be a non-contributing structure next door. And it might give them a little bit of ability to massage the plans and narrow it up a bit, though I'm not making the narrowing part of the condition. I just think it would give them a little more flexibility as they work with staff. So I'll move.
I think you amended it.
I don't think we have. I'll move that we.
I hadn't gotten second.
Well, the amendment hasn't been fully stated. So the amendment needs to be stated, and then you would, in this case, I would say, go ahead and vote on the amendment first, and then vote on the motion, since we've taken it kind of in different steps.
Yeah, but you're still saying approval, you're just making an amendment, so go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to restate my motion, and you can restate your second if you agree.
Well,
He motioned. It's your amendment.
Oh, okay.
So your amendment is just the amendment.
Has my amendment been seconded?
No.
I'll second
Okay,
your
so,
amendment.
well, no.
What is the
Don't do
amendment?
that. I'll
You
restate
got to
it.
do it, first.
Move that we amend the motion to include the typical staff condition of approval of materials, yada, yada, yada. And typical, you know what I mean. And that we allow a reduced setback from what's shown in the proposed site plan by 5 feet. So I think that would be a 32-foot setback.
That's in the front.
Front yard
Yeah, front
setback.
yard. Okay. We have a amended motion. Do we have a second?
You
have a
can't
second?
have a yada, yada, yada motion.
Okay.
Well, I said the typical language, so that was clear.
Materials, windows,
Can you
doors.
read, can you read back, for the record, just read back what you have?
He said, yada, yada, no. You moved to amend the motion to include approval of materials and to allow for a reduction of the front setback to up to 5 feet so that they can narrow the building as well potentially, and Vice Chair Nielsen seconded it.
Okay.
And now in a
Thank
second,
you.
I just want to make one comment or confirm that the fact that it's 40 feet wide, and the reason we're doing that is not to have a precedent that goes into the neighborhood, but the extra width is because we don't have an unusual lot size, is because it is the bookend against commercial and those other reasons expressed before.
Okay.
It shouldn't be used as, sort of the range for that area.
Well, the rear alley also impacts that.
Yeah.
It does.
I guess there's a site condition that way.
Side issue.
Okay. So we have an amended motion. And we have a second from,
Me.
okay. And all in favor
Of the amendment.
of the amendment?
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Okay, the amendment of the motion carries. And now we are ready to vote on the actual motion. Yeah, the amended motion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much.
One clarification on the actual width reduction. I mean, am I working with staff to,
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And we didn't.
Is there any minimal, well, the motion isn't requiring a reduction. It's a potential width reduction if possible, Okay. So I think if you guys can't work it out, you'll bring it back, I guess, but.
That's what I'm trying to avoid right now.
Yeah, I know.
I think he's still entitled to 40 feet.
You're still entitled to 40 feet.
Okay.
We just
For the
made
motion, I suppose.
1607 Douglas Avenue.
Central off. Central.
It's not my call. I think one of them got pulled. Yeah, Melissa's got pulled.
Okay, so this is the last item of new business, but of course you know that there is a policy discussion coming up afterwards and the election of officers for the commission.
Sean, is there a vote? Are we going to have a vote on the policy or just a discussion?
Let's just do this one first and we'll talk about that after.
I just didn't want you to get too excited and,
We're,
all right, I'm just,
We've got our own business.
yeah.
I'm sure
just
you,
keep going.
yeah.
You just go that.
Probably need to elect the chair, but I'll leave the other to Ms. Ziegler. Okay, 1607 Douglas Avenue is currently a vacant lot on which a non-contributing house stood, but was recently demolished. The current proposal is to construct a new two-family dwelling on the lot. The building, as submitted, would be 28 feet tall and 40 feet wide, with a form similar to that of a craftsman-style house, with a side gabled roof and a prominent gabled front dormer. The height and roof form, as well as materials and proportion and rhythm of windows, are compatible, with one exception there. It shows shingle siding on the front and clapboard siding on the sides of the gable, of the dormer. I think that's probably just an error. So with the exception of that, the materials are appropriate. However, staff found that the 40-foot width of the structure is greater than would be appropriate. So with the condition that the width is reduced, staff recommends approval of the proposed infill construction with that condition that the width is reduced by 4 feet, that the front and sides of the front dormer have the same siding material, and the yada yada conditions of roof color, texture, brick, and windows approved administratively, and administrative approval of driveways and parking. In meeting those conditions, staff finds the proposal would meet the applicable design guidelines. And I have had a chance to discuss it a little bit with the applicant, and they said that they can meet those conditions, including a reduction of the width, potentially by reducing and then adding bays. I'm sure they may want to go into more detail about that, but I'm pretty confident that we could work out those specifics administratively.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Well, any questions to Sean? Okay, thanks, Sean. And Van, do you want to say anything, or you're good with it?
I'm good with it.
You have, if you want to, you can. I mean, you've waited to the end, so we almost should give you an applause.
If I had known about a 4-foot width reduction before last Wednesday morning at 7 a.m., you might have seen it. We're good with it.
Okay, thank you, Vaughn. Van. Okay, open public hearing.
Brett Withers, 1113 Granada. Just a question, I guess, maybe that might be able to be addressed. I think in comparing this one with the last case that we just discussed, I think the reduction in the width on this one, because this truly is in the center of a block, that is an important thing to consider. One thing also that I wanted to consider is vehicle parking and access. There is kind of a cutoff alley in the back of this lot where it abuts to the railroad, and then there is an existing curb cut on the right of this lot. And I guess more a question than anything, but maybe to be considered, is would vehicular access for this lot be accessed through that little tiny portion of the alley, or would it be accessed through the curb cut on the right? And that would pertain to the placement of the building on the lot, is my only question. Thank you.
Do you want to just answer that?
We were not commissioned to explore parking, garage, what have you, at the rear through alley access. The client at this point has stated that this is they don't desire to use the curb cut. They would desire to use street parking and then possibly access 2 spaces from the alley. But we don't know that yet.
Okay.
We are not proposing to park in the front yard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, close public hearing. Discussion.
I just have a question about the parking. Can we see the photo of the existing lot? So Van, the intent is to eliminate that front yard driveway, or to extend it to the rear if there's room?
There's no room to do that. The lot's 53 feet. Even if we reduce this to a 36-foot wide structure, without offsetting it and saying we're going to share a driveway that goes down one side, which becomes problematic in an HPR situation, we're planning on eliminating the curb cut entirely.
Okay, so is it appropriate for us to include that as a condition of the approval? Do we approve or can approve curb cuts and parking? Okay. If anyone doesn't have any other comments,
I don't want to, well, I will drag this out. What's the context of the house? There was a comment made about reducing the width and in and out and or gables and figuring that piece out.
The only thing we're proposing is, if you can go back to the side elevation, we reduced the body width of the house to 36 feet maximum, where the 3 windows are between the French doors and the single window. We would propose that be a 18-inch projection bay, one level only, shed roof.
Okay.
That would be our condition of reducing the width. Okay. It just functionally, unfortunately for everyone, it becomes with a firewall down the middle and you start losing space, we need that space back. And it's also a very typical device if you look through the rest of the neighborhood.
I don't find that to be problematic. I just wonder if the net result of doing this makes it appear taller on the site. I don't, because of the way the porches are in this design, I don't find it feeling like 40 feet wide with deference to the community and to the present that's here. I don't know. I'm trying to string it out as long as we possibly can, I guess.
I'm glad you're doing that. The reality is 4 feet on a 28-foot tall house, or actually 26-foot tall from the top of the foundation block, isn't going to make it look like a skinny.
Sure.
It's, ideally, would I like to build a simple box with no cuts and no worries about future water infiltration? Sure, I'd love to. From a scale perspective, if you do go up and down the street, as your staff recommendation has in it, there's a duplex that was built just before that's 44 feet wide. There are some that are 36. If you take the median, it's 40. We were building to make the interior work and then working the exterior around that to be contextually sensitive. So I don't think that's a big consideration for us. I think because of the front gabled porches, it actually does bring the height of the building down and also lets it spread out a little bit more.
Sure, agreed. Okay, thank you.
I'll move we approve staff recommendation with the additional condition that no parking be allowed in the front setback.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries. I unfortunately was supposed to be somewhere at 7 o'clock, so I will, and we can either table duplexes and additions, or I will pass over the gavel to my co-chair here.
I'm assuming that you will want to table, but one thing that we do need to get done is the chair and vice chair.
Okay.
I thought we just did that. Has it been a year? Is the term a year? That's crazy.
So there's no pending legislation that we weigh in on?
There is, but, we can wait. And one thing you could do, too, that might help move things along is if you have any, when you've read through it, you have any changes you want to suggest, you send them to me individually, not to the group, but individually, and maybe we can go ahead and make some of those changes and get you a better second draft next time.
I think that's a good idea. In reading it for the first through, there was nothing that stuck out to me as, oh geez, that's problematic. I thought it was really well done, and if nothing else, a great start. So I think that's a great plan.
I just wanted to confirm, though, before our next meeting, there's neither legislation that the planning department's proposing nor legislation that historic commission's proposing that's going to council. But prior to our next meeting?
I believe it will be prior to our next meeting. The detached accessory, the definition of duplexes and the change in detached accessory dwelling units.
Yeah, that's on third reading, I think, at the next council meeting.
Which is
those two changes.
On third reading, okay. So it's kind of late to be weighing in anyways, right? Is that right?
No, this isn't to weigh in on that. That is so that we have direction when those things pass. This isn't to change that.
Okay, so we will take, it's been...
Will you be chair again?
Huh?
Will you be chair again?
Yeah, I would be here, but if you...
Yeah. Are you ready for nominations? I'd like to nominate Brian to be chair again.
And I second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second for me to be, but I guess there could be other motions, right? Any other nominees?
I don't think so at this point.
Okay.
Hunter, would you like to?
All right.
Come on. Focus.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Vice Chair?
I nominate Ann for vice chair.
You're here.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? Okay. Motion carries, and we have tabled duplexes in addition till next month. This is a new record, I believe.
Deferred.
And if I don't look at her, no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just to note that it's actually a deferral, right? You're going to defer on the...
Yeah.
Do we have to vote on that?
Is it unanimous?
Yeah.
Unanimous.
Adjourned.
Adjourned.